Buenos días. Agradecemos por favor tomar asiento. Vamos a dar.
Good morning. We kindly ask you to take your seats. We are going to start.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Colin Schmidt, and to me, it's a pleasure to welcome you in the second day of the World Economic Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean 2026. How can we position the region in the global scenario? This is the question that we make, and we're going to be answering in the different panels. There is a meeting gathered with the CAF, the Bank of Development, and the support of the national government of Panama. On top of that, I want to tell you that this event is being streamed on different languages. We have Spanish, English, and Portuguese, and this can be seen through our website in YouTube. I want you to please get in touch with our people and thank you for everybody who is participating with us. You can share the link so that more people can participate with us. I want to tell you that we have a hashtag World Economic Forum CAF, and you can follow us in and the CAF and Facebook, Instagram as well. Before starting, I want to thank the knowledge partner of the forum, World in Progress, to the organizations that are supporting this meeting and the Adam Schmidt Forum of Florida, as well as our media partners Prisa, El País, La Prensa, Estrella de Panamá, Mercado, El Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panamá, The Guardian, La Nación, Listín Diario, RCN, El Deber, Echo, Diario El Salvador, O Globo, and eBay. Now, to kick off with this second day of this really interesting gathering, we give the welcome to Mayor Murachi, Mayor of the City of Panama. Well, good morning, everybody. Let's break the protocol debate, and it's also my brand. After yesterday, we heard lots of outstanding uh, speeches by some of the brightest leaders of our region. 20,000 feet of height is great, but we are going to take down to earth with tangible ideas and projects and things that we can properly execute so that these forums are not a repetition of what we see in other parts of the world. Everybody says flawless ideas, but nothing comes down to earth. I submitted to the greetings and salutations that we had yesterday. I want to give a warm regard to Ricardo Sosa, son of Maria Corina Machado, who is with us today. Please, on behalf of all the people from Venezuela, let's hear it. To all the movement that Maria Corina is doing on behalf of the Venezuelan people. I haven't had the pleasure of knowing you, but I hope that I can see you before you leave. And second, Sergio and all the team from CAF, what you have done is monumental. Let's hear it for CAF. I want to give my thanks for choosing Panama as your host. The role of Panama, as we said before, maybe is maybe we're not leading in everything, but we can participate in everything because we can be coordinators of the region in diplomacy, in the commercial development of the region, of legal and political security. This idea I acknowledge and I thank the work of the President to make this possible today. So, what do we do with you? I like to be a mayor because I like to be in the street. This is not what I do. In Panama, if you ask to a cab driver why you like the mayor, if they like it, probably they say because he works, he's on the street, working with people, does the same thing that he was doing campaign, is fixing the problems that we have. Is their first um, base touch with the public sector. When a mayor's office goes well, a country goes well, does well. The mayor's office are the articulated arms of a government to get close to the people. The people that elected, they depend to the social and public work to execute their work to defend when some tabloids start like messing with them. In this idea, with just 1 year in my ascension, I've been really inspired with the work that we do with the Mayor Fico from Medellin, the one from Bogota, Galan, who is with us today. Galan, welcome. And Alex Char from Barranquilla. I'm really thrilled of joining you and to be like you. Tangible, what I came to mention is the increase of this forum to not only the business leaders and the presidents, but the mayors of the cities of Latin America. Because our example to follow of the work that we do with the private industry and the national government has been the success, so that in less than a year, this has transformed the public attention from pessimism to a full optimism of a full country, maybe not only at citizenry. Big part of the country lives in the District of Panama. I want to talk about the problem that we have in Latin America, unemployment. In Panama, the largest problem is unemployment, and the role of a mayor is not to create jobs. The role is to cut the grass, clean the floor. But if I at the place for a person who is unemployed, how can I help them to fix the issue that they have at home? Even though we don't have the need, we don't have the duty. If you have the will, you can act. The Panama did something, had some employment fairs and job fairs, and the execution was what set it apart. It created more than $90 million on yearly wages, not of the public but the private sector. And I'm talking to all politicians. The politicians are the culprit of creating the feeling that the current politician is an employer, that the government, what it does is to give work. No, that's wrong. The job of good government is to ease the conditions so that the private industry can hire and grow. And that's what we did. When I entered to Panama, there were to the mayor more than 6,500 people working. Now we have half of them. And we are a lot more efficient. We execute a lot more with 30% less of the budget. How do we work with these issues that we did? With 25,000 jobs that we set for the citizens in the whole country, that didn't come from the government, but they came from the private industry. The perfect coordination between municipality and private company set some workplaces. that cost $800 to the private company to hire. That's what a recruiter charges to a company when they want to uh, 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 hire someone the first month. And we did this totally free for the companies. And for the citizens, we saw this that is a mess, enormous queues, success rates below 2%, and zero satisfaction. How with technology? Henry Ford said that if you wanted to go faster, you had to add horses, and then created the internal combustion engine. They ask in my own team, how can we remove bureaucracy and make the processes? I need more lawyers. That's wrong. The same with the horse and the carriage. It's the AI. I go with our director of technology that was essential on creating this tool and make it possible. We created a LinkedIn for public use. Each person that wanted to participate for free had to fill their CV. Now you have 35,000 people registered with a CV from top to bottom, and you can link their skills and their needs with the tools that the company created. That's the role of the government. It's the role of the mayor's office to be the middle person with the citizen. The result is a success rate on recruitment above any other recruiter that creates job fairs. 2 days ago, Omar Fernandez came from Dominican deputy, said, Mayor, we want to make the job fair in your place. And I said, I will give you everything. You have the software. We can give you that. We give you all the recipe about how to execute. The only thing that I cannot give you is the trust that you have with a private company. That depends on the goodwill of the current politician or the user or the officer. But why? We have to limit to Dominicana. So this is my proposal to all the mayors. I provide you all the technology that we have created to create the most successful job fairs of Panama, so that you can execute along with the government and your private company job fairs that feel the problem of people with just efficiency and technology. This is not a speech. The code is in GitHub. It's there and it's open for public and free use of any local or government of Latin America that wants to use it. Oh, good, good. Thank you for the applause. What I want to propose to all the mayors is that this is just a drop of water. What do you have to contribute? What can you share to fix other problems that we don't know how to solve? Things that you have solved in your own place. So I extend my hand to all mayors, all the local governments of Latin America and the Caribbean to work together for our citizens, regardless the political ideology, even though we know that the left is always wrong. But okay, is one of the best things of this platform. Thank you, Kath, and thank you for the will of President Menino that despite different ideologies, came to sit in the same table with leaders that maybe don't share the same ideology. Because what we cannot do is close the door to a dialogue. I want to leave you with a final message. You're in Panama, a country that is transformed truly every 3 months. If you visit Panama, you're going to see something entirely different. 3 days ago, we had the first beach in over 50 years after we had lost them. And I want to invite you that now that we have Panamanian here, we all agreed for this not to rain. You can stay the weekend, the full weekend. Copa has a program as Sepova. You can change your ticket, spend a couple of days free. Sorry, the mayor is a seller of this, so let me give you my speech. Thank you, Copa, for this great Stepova program. And finally, for the inhabitants of Panama, I want to remind you that it's 10% discount if you pay your taxes of this year before the end of the year. We did show that you contribute. As you have noticed, you see what we have done. And I just want to leave a last word for these ideologies that believe that increasing taxes can increase and improve the problems. We have increased the collection in the Panama office to historic records. Even when the economy is not growing in the same proportion, we have done this with trust, with credibility. When the citizens sees their taxes working, when they see the mayor, director, the representatives working day and night, weekends, and under no matter how hell or high rise, the worst issue when gathering money is not the economic schemes about how we charge, but is the distrust that we have on those that are contributing to taxes in the public sector. That works with the confidence, and you're going to see how automatically with how Panama is going to increase your taxes. And it doesn't matter, it's happening in DGI, General Customs Office of Panama. Again, I want to give a big thanks and a huge shout out to CAF and all the organizing team for this marvelous event. Thank you so much, and thank you for being in Panama. Thank you so much, Mayor of Panama, Mayor Burachi. And we're going to give the floor to Joseph Borguria, President of the Prisa Group. Authorities, ladies and gentlemen, estimated friends, estimated Sergio, good morning. It's an honor to be here with you in this lecture. Such a great success, Sergio. I want to congratulate you because it hasn't been long that we had so many representatives of the diversity of Latin America in a conference. It's over 50 years that Eduardo Galeano published his dissertation, The Open Veins of Latin America. Galeano said that ever since the discovery, Latin American wealth has always transformed into capital for others. First for Europe, then for North America, and now for Asia. And not much actually been left in our continent. We have been like that since 1492, over 500 years ago. It's the same if the extractor call it discovery or Monroe Doctrine or Donbrow. The great powers will continue moving with fake promises of the modernization, democracy, and now not even democracy. And now I want to tell you about two resources that we have that cannot be stolen nor can be taken. Education, quality education, and independent training. Those are the foundations, the essential foundations to consolidate strong and independent states. I'm going to repeat again what the president from Bolivia said yesterday, Mr. Rodrigo Paz, because we cannot say it better. If something has to be done by Latin America, it's to start building its design with the truth as a tool for firmness. This is the fight that we are bearing now. The fight for democracy, fight against disinformation, fight for truth and for the confidence. Thank you, Mr. Paz, for leaving so clear our mission. He said, we have to build a culture of confidence, of trust. And only on a culture of trust we can create a strong state, a solid economy. This, above all, is the commitment of my team, the preset team, the building of a new work on education and information, from the truth and the confidence. Also, the president from Bolivia talked about education. You can't have peace and work without work. The best way to fight poverty and ensure democracy is education. Without education, nothing is done. Education for us, Prisa Group, is something essential and we can say almost an obsession. And we are completely concerned. According to UNESCO and RISA data, 56% of the students of Latin America and the Caribbean don't reach the minimum levels of competence in rating. 55% in Latin America, again, I reiterate, versus 26% in OECD. Ladies and gentlemen, in our hands is waking up the capabilities of our 150 million students of primary school. Because you have to know that the expenditure for each Latin American kid is the third of the expenditure in OECD, the third part. And saying this otherwise, let's invest in these children. 120 million children, 120 million citizens that in a future will need to be trained and we well informed to be able to contribute to the growth and the prosperity of Latin America. If these children don't reach the minimum skills, they could be tricked, coerced, manipulated, as we have seen already. Only 40% of Latin American from 26 and 25 years support democracy as the best governed system. You know that. And the motto of wealth is security before democracy and chaos. It's a trap and a lie that we have to face with all our forces. As the president of Bolivia said, education, information, and truth. We do our part. In Santillana, we are doing this without any kind of complacency. Our systems take into account the economic work, the labors of the present, and the alphabetization that we have of the times. And we have come to 30 million of students in all the region. And in prison media in Latin America, we have almost 600 journalists, and we continue growing because I'm going to remind you something. The independent media report, research, provide context, and distinguish true from lies, the facts from versions of the stakeholders. You know that the worst threat for democracy and for peace are lies generated by algorithms and platforms that flee the basic controls. This is not journalism. Journalism is the search for truth, the defense of an informed citizenry, properly informed, a prepared society, and a demanding one. But there is people interested in sowing lies, to change elections, to justify violence, to uphold dictatorships. That's why, in the last 5 years, in this continent, 84 journalists have been murdered only for doing their job. Unfortunately, this continent had the ill reputation of having the record of journalists murdered in the world until we had Gaza. We had to resist ourselves, and we have to do that together. We have to uphold critical thinking and the truth. It doesn't matter what happens, no matter what it costs. The quality education and independent information are the only guarantees for a solid democracy. And in PRISA, you're always going to find us with these two missions. As I have stated with the bad news, let me finish with the good ones. Technology can also be used to improve and accelerate the arrival of education and information to the largest amount of citizens possible. We use that because that allows us to be faster and stronger. In Santillana, for example, 3.5 million subscriptions guarantee that more than 20% of the students of the private sector have educational material that are at the forefront and with a highly advanced innovation and data system that ensures the best level of competence from students. We have already implemented AI in our educational systems, and it's thrilling and impressive what it can bear, this technological a change in terms of customizing education, of reaching each student. And in the media, technological development has allowed us to do more work and to continue with our relationship 24/7 because when Europe is uh, sleeping, America is waking. Thank you to the technological development, we can have a direct communication with our readers. We have 6 issues of El País and making that 4 out of 10 of our readers can be from America, as almost 70,000 in our over 450,000 subscribers. So you can count on us because we will count on you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your words, and we're going to continue with today's agenda. Now we have Enrique Riquelme Vives, Executive President of Chorus. Good morning, esteemed friends from the Bank of Development of Latin America, CAF, esteemed President Sergio. Thank you so much as everything that brings your seal. What a great forum that you have organized. As President Jampero, friend Antoine, authorities from the government of Panama, Mr. Murillo, again, Panama is the international center of attention. Estimated friend of Canada, Mayor Ludershow, the city that I like so much is with you in the best conditions. Presidents and authorities from all the countries from Latin America and the European Union, warm regards to all of you, and especially the authorities of Spain that are with us. Entrepreneurial leaders from all the region, Estimated Joseph, I'm thrilled to share this meeting with you. Think with all the people that in these days have joined us, representatives of multilateral organizations and partners in this path of sustainable development. Warm regards from the heart of Panama, heart of channels and endless opportunities. Thanks to CAF to organizing this forum and the Panamanian government with the strategic vision of continue working on this. It's an honor to intervene with you in the plenary session of this forum that has become one of the most important and relevant elements of the international policies. Davos from Latin America, some say. Hope that they don't hear us, but between Davos and Panama, if they make us hear, I choose Panama. I believe in Latin America. We are in a warm and beautiful country, in a powerful region that can defend his perspective, guiding to the common interests that are shared between the countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I receive a company with a Latin American idea, Cox Group, that came from a dream that I had almost 2 decades ago here in Panama. Yesterday, I read with some of the people that are in the forum, and I told them about the Balboa Avenue, the island, how this has changed. Now we have airport and we have underground. They talk about the evolution of the last days that was marvelous in this Panama. I'm going to this dream that I had. They came about multinational. We have over 30 countries in 4 continents, and with some sales above $4 million in the Cox Group. This is thanks to more than 10,000 employees and professionals and many indirect that every day transform the challenges of water and energy. That is what we do. In realities for thousands of people. We all share the same result, protect the infrastructures that support our economic, social and environmental development, starting with two essential cornerstones, water and energy. In Cox, not too long had a transformation for some other companies that take years to do. And if we have done that, it's because we believe deeply in the countries where we work.
The company in 2012, when we made our first steps in this energy in Panama, until we entered the stock market in Mexico in 2020, we have had an extraordinary pathway. But allow me to highlight 3 key moments that marked a before and after for this company. In 2023, we integrated a company, and one of the big emblems of the Spanish energy and water infrastructure company, to secure talent, knowledge and the unrepeatable experience of many professionals. Then we entered the Spanish stock market in the middle of stock confusion and have entered a period of great profitability for our shareholders. Last summer, we announced the acquisition of Iberdrola Mexico with $4.2 billion with the objective of investing in Mexico up until 2030 in water and energy infrastructure, committing thus to the efforts of the national government and President Sheinbaum to boost water and energy for millions of Mexicans, becoming one of the main providers of the electrical market in Mexico. Mexico has become an example where the strategic plans of the government within Plan Mexico can be accompanied by efficient business people's commitments and in the long term. Thank you, President Sheinbaum, for your trust. Our commitment to Mexico is absolute. Operating this way, we fulfill the corporate objective that we have as a company to protect energy and water as pillars for development and as pillars for the future. Dear friends, there are no nuances. Without these pillars, there will be no prosperity or sovereignty in Latin America. If we are unable to guarantee water and energy in our countries, we will have no economic or technological development or social inclusion, neither will there be any environmental protection. And beyond that, without access to high quality water and energy, we won't be able to strengthen democracy. Allow me to share a reflection with you that has accompanied me for years. As you all well know, and as we've heard over the last 2 days, we live in a world of growing uncertainty. We have entered the 21st century immersed in the most sensitive political era since the Cold War. And the global census from the World Economic Forum of last year highlights the geopolitical risk as the main risk in the short term, alongside war, trade fragmentation, and rivalities between the components of value chains. In Latin America, they are not optimistic. The last report on political risk in Latin America for 2026 of Universidad Católica de Chile identifies 10 key threats to the region, among which I would highlight organized crime, fiscal vulnerability, climate vulnerability, and the decline of international trade. The world order, based on the standards that we understood having configured the economic world order, seems to have jumped high without business people, multinationals having much certainty about the world that we are walking towards. Geopolitical movements in the US over the last few months have probably created even more uncertainty, new uncertainty, but at the same time they can be opportunities if Latin America knows how to position itself. In the meantime, in the EU, we need to find our own space and generate new partnerships that will allow us to maintain a relevant role in the international context. And what is going on in Latin America? Our region, and I say this in first person because this is where I have developed my professional life and I feel profoundly that I am part of it. Our region maintains a weak perspective of growth of 2.2% at a regional level, informality of 50%, and an unbearable rate of more than 25% in poverty. We understand the frustration of those who face the lack of comprehensive solutions day after day to be able to build their lives with dignity, and this erodes trust in institutions. In this sense, someone might think that cutting the supply of energy or blocking strategic infrastructure between brother or sister countries in Latin America, do you think this will strengthen our decisions? This doesn't make us more sovereign. It makes us more weak in a place where, and in a world where regional blocs are being created. And this shows that we have not understood that if we do not act as an integrated region, others will make decisions for us. Division makes us weaker. The union and unity makes us even stronger. Dear friends, every day I work hand in hand with my colleagues around the world, anticipating different scenarios for our group. Please place your trust in me when I say that despite this raw or crude scenario, I'm a great optimist for Latin America, because in the midst of the international storm that Latin America is going through, Latin America must rise up as a strategic actor in the new world order. Provider of critical minerals, food that's necessary to guarantee global transition, and rare earth elements. There is great need for grids, clean energy, and others that require data. Demand will duplicate, and the deficit of networks and infrastructure leaves us last on the planet in this area. That's why, as I was saying, we are aiming at Mexico, and we're also supporting Ecuador, where we've invested more than $700 million in comprehensive solutions for water and energy. Thank you, President Novoa. Thank you, Minister Manzano, for your decided bid in favor of universal access to energy in an accessible way and quality water for all Ecuadorians. Precisely due to this historic opportunity that Latin America has for water and energy, we are presenting an ambitious strategic plan for the Americas at our company, and we will widen our investment in Mexico, Brazil, Ecuador, Central America, Colombia, Chile, and Dominican Republic, multiplying our impact and our trust. As I said in the beginning, I believe in Latin America, and this is why I'd like to say with all clarity, it is time to join our efforts and aim for strategic products in energy and water. It's time to believe in public-private associations, and it's time to allow business people to generate local employment and social development. It is a time for Latin America to believe in its future and raise its voice to boost the quality of life of its citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, at this forum we have the convergence of cities, international organizations, banks, enterprise and others who support sustainable development in Latin America. Allow me to conclude acknowledging the silent voice of millions of Ibero-American business people who, through their daily work and investment, boost the economic and social strength of this common space. Governments of Latin America and Europe, trust your business people and unleash innovative talent and bid for entrepreneurship, because together and only together within these public-private associations we will be able to take steps of giants and generate social development and human development without leaving anyone behind. Politics cannot be a wall of bureaucracy, eternal permits or unpredictable regulations that slow down development. To reduce the cost of capital and attract mass investment, which is urgent in water and energy in the region, Latin America must strengthen and offer absolute certainty, clear market rules, predictable rates and fiscal stability throughout the life cycle of its strategic projects, which should go beyond any government's term. Dear business people and governments, we should and can be natural allies in this decisive game where the future of the region is at stake, and as well as the lives of millions of Latin Americans. As Sergio Villagranato said days ago, we must go beyond the diagnosis and prioritize projects of national or regional impact that can go beyond political cycles. Political leaders should boost the prosperity of its countries and avoid affecting its economics in ferocious rivalry at the economic level. CAF is a great place of convergence where many multilateral organizations and companies come together to define, structure and execute together the most critical projects. CAF not only provides financing, but it also summons permanent dialogue tables, mitigates shared risks and multiplies collective impact, making regional integration, water and energy irreversible. Together with CAF as a leader, we can make this a better region for future generations, because in this game there are no spectators, we are all players. Let's play with the same shirt so that we can gain the cup of prosperity in Latin America. Politics should be a bridge, not a wall, for social well-being, and we saw this a few days ago in Chile, the arrival of José Antonio Cas, which has led which has eliminated the stigma of businesses in the country. When the government believes in regulations and seeks strategy, the countries can grow, quality employment grows, and family businesses can develop in their lives in a more prosperous and safe way. The President-elect has announced that he will turn water and energy into a state policy and will allow for predictable contracts and investments. Governments, whether they are national or local, who should act through common sense, will attract investment and generate wealth, undoubtedly, for their citizens. I would like to tell you something. Don't need to go any further. We were about to go into a complete withdrawal in Chile, where we have investments in water, in energy, and others, and we give jobs, more than 4,000 jobs directly and thousands indirectly. But with this new vision at CAF, we have cancelled the disinvestment plan, and we are going to renew our bid for Chile to create more employment and new investment in water and energy. I want to announce that we will duplicate our investment over the next 3 years by more than $650 million in water and energy projects in Chile only. Dear friends, public-private partnerships in the area of water and energy are an engine for change and will be levers for the new reindustrialization required by Latin America to take place. These partnerships not only build electric or hydro infrastructure, but they also lead to cohesion before climate change, which, by the way, is the third biggest risk at the global level. Partnerships allow for the creation of resilient networks that prevent blackouts, which cost millions to both the private and public sector. This forum and the marvelous work of CAF as a funder is a demonstration of thousands of successful cases and the power of strategic partnerships in the region. Due to this growing power, I believe in Latin America, and that's why it has been, is, and will continue to be a priority region for Grupo Cox, for our group. So let's raise up our perspective. This is proof that unity leads to miracles, and we can duplicate what we have already achieved with our efforts. We need channels for energy, water and trade to flow without borders. We need bridges so that together we can cross those geopolitical and climatic changes and risks. We need institutions like CAF to help us align, to fund us and to execute that which seems impossible. We are the power behind the impossible. Let's make Latin America the continent for sustainable development together, for truly inclusive prosperity and for global leadership at the level of its people. So let's move forward as a team. I believe in Latin America. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al doctor Cacu por esta excelente ponencia. Un fuerte aplauso nuevamente.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for this great lecture. Let's hear it for him.
Además de información, humor.
On top of information, humor, we had it all.
Vamos a continuar con el siguiente.
We're going to continue with the next panel. Now we're going to tell you that from 2 p.m. we're going to have simultaneous panels in the SAG and green area. We are talking about silent rooms. Thus, you'll have to download the QR code on the alternative rooms so that you can download and you can go in the room according to the panel you want to listen to. We have the Inspire room at the left. Next panel, the age of fragmentation. Sorry, rethink Latin America and the Caribbean, democracy, governability and development. For this panel, I'm going to call Michael Stolt, editor from Financial Times, and Juan Manuel Santos, former president of Colombia and Nobel Peace Accolade of 2016. Let's hear it for them. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here with President Santos, widely known with all of you as one of the great president in Colombia twice, author of the Peace Accords that earned the Nobel Prize for 2016, and currently is leading the eldest independent group of global leaders founded by Nelson Mandela. We're going to be talking about geopolitics, about geoeconomics, about regional integration, the Trump doctrine, and a lot more. And I hope that it is amusing for you and highly informative. President, welcome. Let's start talking about this global fragmented scenario, this world that has to have reality between China and others, weakest introspective world. What is the geopolitical strategy that Latin America should follow in this world? To dismount from the United States, to get closer to China, to find new friends? What is the solution?
Todo. Muchas gracias a la CAF por esta invitación y por esta oportunidad.
First of all, thank you to the CAF for this invitation and opportunity. I think this is an ideal moment to have meetings of this kind and to answer your question in this unpredictable world, because that's what's happening today. There's no certainty. Latin America has to find its northern star to become relevant. It needs to become an actor within the discussion about how to reorganize the world. And with that in mind, what we've heard in this conference and at this summit with all of the presidents is that they say we need to come together, we need to integrate. And we've been hearing that for years, we've been hearing that for decades. But that doesn't translate into concrete events or facts. So there's a saying that there's a long distance between what you say and what you do, and we need to reduce that distance. We need to be aware that we can't keep talking about the need for integration and opportunities in Latin America, but rather we need to come to a concrete event. And for that you need leadership. You need to be audacious. You need to be able to perform management. And I hope that the presidents that were speaking here yesterday, as well as those who weren't here, have the ability and the leadership to transfer what they say into action. Otherwise, Latin America will continue to be irrelevant. And in this world where the order is changing, we will be marginal actors. We could be protagonists because, as we've said here and repeated endlessly, Latin America has everything that the world needs. You yourself wrote 2 years ago an article that I remember well about the opportunities that have opened up for Latin America. Trump still hadn't arrived in power, and the world was more orderly than it is today. And that which you wrote back then is what the president of the CAF, Sergio Díaz-Granados, said in his inaugural speech yesterday. Latin America has great potential, and look at all the things we have to offer. But that's simply not enough. We need to move on to action, and you do that by performing concrete action on the part of political leaders. And yesterday we had some encouraging figures. We had a president, another elect president. We had presidents from different ideologicals who were showing mutual respect, which was common back in the days, but it became rarer in the last few years. And many of them highlighted the centrality of regional integration. But to focus that a little bit further, how would that take place? What would it look like? What's the vehicle? Lula said that CELAC has served us. Would Mercosur be the forum? Could it be another one? Could it be the Pacific Alliance that existed before? What is the vehicle for that integration at the regional level? The vehicle is the political will and capacity to make decisions. I'll give you a concrete example. I have been studying and participating Latin American integration since, well, we have Enrique Garcia with us here, who founded the CAF, and then the transfer from the Andean Pact to the CAM, with its headquarters in Peru, the treaties, free trade agreements between countries. I was in charge of negotiating the first free trade agreement between Colombia and Venezuela. But what happened during that moment in time? A compatriot of yours from your country said to me in Davos, look, there's a golden opportunity here for Latin American countries who have a coast in along the Pacific, because we can see what's happening in the Pacific and Asia, and there are impressive opportunities here because they're the most dynamic economies of Latin America. Why don't they join forces and make the most of what's going on in Pacific Asia? And I thought that was a good idea, but I didn't follow up on it. I mentioned it months later at a summit to President Helen Garcia of Peru at the time, and he said, what a good idea. And so he picked up the phone, he called Piñera, and he called Calderon, who was president of Mexico at the time, and he said, let's meet up. President Santos has brought up an idea from a British man called Christopher Dow Jones, may he rest in peace, and we met up. And we said, okay, let's integrate, but let's integrate in a different way, in a way that is effective. We're going to give the private sector the leadership role in that integration. We won't create a bureaucratic institution. We won't create buildings like Bionaca in Peru. We'll do something more practical, and we'll let the private sector be in charge because they make concrete decisions in integration. And that's what we did. And the Pacific Alliance started to work, unlike any other integration process in the history of Latin America. And then Canada said, I'd like to join, and Singapore said they'd like to join, and Australia said they'd like to join, and it was working. But what happened? The cursed ideology, and forgive the word, cursed ideology, and one of the presidents said, what? Private sector? No, 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 I can't allow the private sector to continue to lead this. And the Pacific Alliance was left at a pause. Can it be reanimated? Yes, of course, through audacity and the will to put aside ideological division in a world such as the world described to us by Professor Kako. And if we don't come together in this world, if we don't come to an agreement, it doesn't matter if you belong to the left or the right, that's going to leave us behind, because we have to come together to make the most of those opportunities that you mentioned 2 years ago, which have been mentioned here by all the presidents. So you could reanimate the Pacific Alliance. Do you think that would be better than Mercosur? I think we need to be more audacious. An expanded Mercosur is more of the same, really. We have to be audacious and confront this new world. We're in a new world where, unfortunately, the rules of the game that were established 80 years ago and the countries themselves that established them are the first to break those rules. So Latin America needs to sit down and reassess its role in the world and harness its potential. As I said, for example, we are the country with the greatest potential in the world in the production of food in a world where food is becoming scarce. We are the region that has the greatest amount of water in a world where water is also running out. How can we harness that? Or how are we going to face what we just saw? They say that China and the US are competing for the quantum computer. Where will we be left? And the professor said something that's very important. He said this needs to be regulated, because if it's not regulated, then it can produce a catastrophe for the world, or as he described it, a marvelous world, only through regulation. And what will Latin America do in the face of that challenge? We need to come to an agreement to see how we can regulate that and how we can better harness it. Going back to the potential of the region that you referred to, President, we have heard all these wonderful lists of assets held by Latin America, which are many, but there is also a reality, which is low growth year after year in the region. It's interesting, right? On one hand, you have all this marvelous potential, and on the other hand, you have this reality of low growth, low levels of growth, and another reality, which is that most of that potential and assets are things that can be replaced by other competitors who can do it. Lithium exists, for example, in other parts of the world, and and regional value chains can be developed by Asia, for example. Renewable energy can also be generated in many parts of the world. So, in reality, Latin America has to compete in each of these areas. What's missing for the region to truly realize the potential that it has? You just mentioned something that is a complete reality. Latin America is the region that grows the least in the world. Why? What makes a country grow? Investment. And what facilitates investment? Savings. And that's why Latin America also has the lowest savings rates. So we need to find a way of fostering saving and investment. And you start to identify the obstacles to that investment and to saving. For example, something that's been mentioned here at large is the topic of the lack of capabilities among states when it comes to controlling and managing its territories. Organized crime is more and more influential in public decision making and is having more of an influence over time, and that scares investors away. And there's also a very Latin American custom, the Adam complex, that all governors have. They think they're Adam or Eve whenever they're in power, and they get rid of everything that's been done before. So there's no continuity, and that lack of continuity means that public policy won't work. So we need to reassess our concept of good governance, create state policy, not government policies, for one term, and hopefully we can integrate. There's an interesting contrast there with the Southeast Asian countries, where in my experience in the region it seems that there's much greater consensus at a national level about the priorities for development and large-scale projects, and much stronger national union surrounding this, whilst in Latin America it becomes a political game, like where they're tossing the ball at each other. Yes, yesterday we saw that one of the presidents was saying, may long live capitalism, and another one said no more capitalism. So they need to come to an agreement. And also at the ideological level, there are certain things where it doesn't matter if you belong to the right or the left, they're just common sense. And that's why in Asia there is consensus about certain aspects that make countries grow at higher rates. For example, one of the factors are, for example, that we are the region that least engages in trade with the world. Trade and opening markets and competition is what increases productivity, and productivity is fundamental to growth. Therefore, there needs to be a minimum level of consensus, and it doesn't matter who is in power. We maintain stable rules, for example, and something that in my country at the moment is suffering with, which is the fiscal misalignment, or a lack of resources and a lack of fiscal capacity. It doesn't matter if it's left or right, the government. If there's no investment and there's no way of solving people's issues. So on these topics you need to have minimal consensus in societies and in countries, and for that, and this leads me to another topic, we have to recover George Washington's words that he so recommended to future democracies: never lose moderation. Moderation is what allows us as humans and as democracies to perform transactions between different interests. So we sit down and we have different ways of thinking, perhaps we have different interests, but we engage in these transactions so we can all live better. And we've lost that, not just in Latin America, but around the world. your country, the whole world, that word moderation is something we need to recover, to be able to recover the capacity of engaging in transactions which are the foundation of any democracy. Okay, President, but how do you recover moderation in a world that's full of social networks that polarize people, where the business model is polarization and that generates profits? Yes, well, that's the $89 million question. How do we recover moderation in such a polarized world where social media simply feeds into that polarization? That is the million-dollar question. But we need to perform pedagogy or education and make efforts to demonstrate that polarization and radicalization make democracies fail or not work. Why are democracies currently defensive? Precisely due to polarization. For example, in my own country, we currently have the general elections, and if you have the extreme right candidate in power on the 8th of August, they won't be able to govern the country because the extreme left won't let them, or vice versa. If the extreme left wins, then they won't be able to resolve issues because the other extreme won't let them govern, and that's where we need to resort to common sense and say, okay, listen, electorate, I don't want to get involved in the elections, but we must understand that the president will inherit serious issues that require a solution. And for that solution, we have to approve certain laws and we have to come to agreements. And that's where not only Colombia, but all countries need to recover that spirit of consensus and moderation. Agreed, President. Let's move on and talk about the United States and the Trump administration revealed towards the end of last year its new national security strategy focused on the Western Hemisphere that it describes as a zone of influence that is almost exclusively influenced by the US, and it wants to negate other competitors and strategic competitors, the possibility of creating military power there or using military strategy in the hemisphere. So that's the threat part, and then you have the carrot, which is finding and recruiting new allies, reinforcing supply chains, cultural diplomacy, and a mixture of threats and opportunities. How should Latin America react before that reanimated Monroe Doctrine in the Trump era? Once again, we need to think about the fact that if we unite Latin America with a single voice, it can work one-to-one and talk one-to-one to the US. If we don't join forces, we'll be like sardines that the US eats up one by one. If we come together, we'll become a sort of whale shark where we can speak as face-to-face or one-to-one with the US and perform transactions that will benefit us mutually. For example, when my president and Trump decided to go against each other a year ago or so due to the deportees and due to the drug trafficking issue, who was happy about that? Who enjoyed it? Because the main producer of cocaine in the world is organized crime, and they were happy seeing this, seeing how there was no cooperation, for example, to battle against organized crime in an effective way. And so what we need to do there is make sure that all Latin American countries organize and come together to say to the US, okay, your Monroe Doctrine, let's see how you're going to apply that, because you can't simply come here and eat up these sardines one by one. We'll have to engage in transactions that benefit both of us. And that's what constructive dialogue is all about. That's what diplomacy is all about. So this is why I say that Latin America has a unique opportunity at the moment, and if these presidents that we saw yesterday and other presidents manage to come to an agreement, then, well, I felt very sad yesterday because I thought to myself, look, there's the president of Ecuador, there's the president of Colombia, now there's a kind of argument, an absurd argument between the two, and that will affect Ecuadorians and Colombians, and it can simply be fixed in a 5-minute conversation between the presidents, and they didn't meet up to resolve that issue. So this is the spirit that we have to stop. We need to be in a spirit where we collaborate. Even if you're from the left or the right, we should come to an agreement so that that which you speak of and the cause or the reason why you're increasing tariffs on my products, why don't we resolve that together? Let's stop arguing, because, you know, those who are going to benefit are the enemies of both countries. And whilst that lack of regional unity persists, Americans create certain effects, and the most concrete fact or event of that Monroe Doctrine has been the operations of the US in Venezuela, leading to the capture of Nicolas Maduro, which was very disconcerting for Latin America. The first time in history when there was an American attack in a Latin American country, but it also led to the end of an autocrat or despot who was causing negative effects, and Latin America didn't provide any solutions for the Venezuelan issue. So what is your suggestion for that action in Venezuela, and what should be the Latin American response in the face of that? Okay, well, Venezuela at the moment, what's missing there? Certainty. What's going to happen? What does the US want to happen? And Latin America there could also have a determining role. There are valid discussions, and what the US did is illegal. Of course it was illegal, because it violated the UN Charter and international law. That's valid. The precedent is very dangerous. That's valid. But most people were very happy about the fact that he took Maduro and put him in a prison, because he was the illegitimate author of many crimes against humanity and war crimes. But what a surprise! The vice president, who was also illegitimate, and all the other members of Maduro's regime, who were also illegitimate, are now controlling the country. So, I mean, who can understand that? Now, obviously, we understand what the State Secretary has said, which is that this requires a transition, but it requires a transition that provides certainty, because how long do the Venezuelan people have to wait? Those who are currently controlling the country are the same who repressed the Venezuelan people for a long time. So how much longer will it be until the transition is defined? Why is it that the opposition, who is legitimate because it won the elections in July 2024, why isn't the opposition playing a fundamental role in this moment, in the near future? When will there be an election? How will that transition take place? And what's going to happen with the regime? So that needs to be defined soon. And Latin America should call Trump and say, let's discuss this, because Venezuela is part of our region, and it's an example of, how much it's a testament to what Latin America could do if it had a single united voice. This year we will also have the election of a new Secretary General for the UN, and they're saying that it's Latin America's term. There were 2 potential candidates performing campaigns here at the forum, Rafael Grossi and Rebecca Greenspan from Costa Rica and Argentina, and 2 other Latin Americans that are on the cards. In your opinion, President, what are the characteristics that are required for that Latin American candidate to be successful as the Secretary General of the UN. I was at the United Nations just over a year and a half ago, and at one of the meetings for what they call the Pact of the Future, as president of the organization, but also as a Colombian, I said it's time for a woman to be the Secretary General. And they asked me why I think that. And I said, well, because the Secretary General of the UN must interpret the mission of the UN and what the UN was created for. It was created to maintain peace in the world. It generates peace, and that's what the Secretary General should do. And in my experience, in peace with the most powerful guerrilla of Latin America, those who played a very important role when there was a crisis was the women, the female victims who would confront both parties. And that really excited me. Women victims who said to the commanders of the guerrilla and the negotiators from the government, you have to come to an agreement because we demand that you do so, and they facilitated that process enormously. You know, these agreements that we were able to reach. And women also have a more powerful heart in the sense of understanding the intricacies of human conflict and political conflict. So this is why I said that I hoped it would be a woman. The thing is that the United Nations is undergoing a profound crisis. Can it be fixed? Can it be fixed? Can the United Nations be fixed? Can it be rescued? The United Nations can be fixed. It's not, as some say, about ending them, because the United Nations have helped to maintain peace over the last 80 years. And this great discourse of the Prime Minister of Canada saying that there has been a rupture effectively is a discourse that describes a reality. But many people are unaware of that which has been avoided due to fora such as the United Nations, where the countries that created it in San Francisco 80 years ago were the first to violate the principles that they themselves established to maintain peace. And that's what we need to reassess. And this is where the global south countries, so Latin America, can have an important role. For example, 2 days ago in Washington, it was revealed what they call the clock of the final judgment was revealed. Professor Karki was talking about Einstein. Einstein and Oppenheimer invented that clock, telling some scientists at the University of Chicago that they discovered nuclear energy and this could end the world. We need someone to supervise the evolution of this invention so that it doesn't end the world. And they brought together some scientists at the University of Chicago and said, please make sure this is supervised. And they created a watch which for 79 years, every single year, they have moved closer to midnight, which is the day of final judgment, or they move it further away depending on what's happening in the world. So when the missiles occurred in Cuba, they moved it away, and during the crisis they put it closer. During the Cold War they put it closer, and then when there was disagreement between the government and Gorbachev, when there was an agreement they distanced it further. And last year they changed it by 1 second, from 90 seconds to 89, which is the closest hour to the end of the world.
And I asked them, why? Why did you change it? But before explaining why it was changed, 2 days ago it wasn't changed for a second. It went to 85 of the judgment days. And what is the response of those scientists? Well, the risks of a nuclear war have increased exponentially, and the startled agreement that still has some boundaries on the nuclear armament of Russia and China is expiring this month, and they haven't talked about this. The technology, as it was just shown by the professor, with these computers can place in any military facilities and press a button of a nuclear bomb in any of the countries that have a nuclear bomb. That's an enormous risk. Before starting talking about climate change in 1997, this is as an existential risk. And this year, this information was given in Davos, they didn't mention. And we are seeing the worst uh, snowstorms, the droughts in Africa, even as we have some presidents like the one of the United States that say that this is not existing, because the risk of the AI is other. These people that are handling the doomsday clock said, because of what the professor said, AI needs regulation to do something good for the humankind. It was mentioned in the democracies. We have seen these in the countries of Latin America. AI doing a political propaganda as if it was the reality, influencing the realities, and determining the different candidates. That's something that has to be regulated. So that's why we have these risks. Again, we're talking about nuclear war. Latin America doesn't have nuclear weapons. Climate change. Latin America has the largest potential to fight or to suffer the consequences of climate change. AI, what are we Latin American going to do about this? We have to see how do we talk with a soul voice. Otherwise, again, all of these things that we saw today and the purpose of this meeting will be left waiting. We have to close this idea with the urgent need of the regional union. Sorry, we are out of time. Thank you so much, President, and thank you for sharing your thoughts with me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Michael Stott and the President Juan Manuel Santos, for this interesting conversation. We are going to continue in this moment with the next panel. The next panel, the age of global fragmentation. Will Latin America and the Caribbean find its voice? To moderate this panel, we are going to have Carlos Diaz Rosillo, Director and Founder of Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, and the lecturers are Fernando Aramayo, Minister of Foreign Relationships of Bolivia. Then we have Johnson Smith, President, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Jamaica, and Arnoldo Andres Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Costa Rica. I invite you to come to the stage for the next panel that, as I said before, the age of global fragmentation will find Latin America and the Caribbean its voice. Let's see what they say on the matter. Hi, everybody. Welcome again. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm Carlos Diaz Rosillo, I'm the director, not the dictator, director of the Adam Smith Fund for the International University of Florida. And as you heard before, I'm working with 3 foreign affairs ministries of the region. To my left, to your right, we have Camilla Johnson Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade from Jamaica. Next to her, Fernando Hugo Aramayo Carrasco, Minister of Foreign Relationships of Bolivia, and Arnoldo Netinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs Relations of Costa Rica. This conversation is going to be bilingual. I'm going to be making questions in Spanish and English as well, so we need interpretation for this. And I would like to start with a question meant for the for the Foreign Affairs Minister of Bolivia, the one that was recently placed. We heard an outstanding presentation by President Paz, and we were able to see how in record times the administration of President Paz has been able to stabilize a country that was in turmoil when he assumed some months ago. How were you able to stabilize the country in such a short time? Thank you. It's a pleasure to share these with the two chair the foreign affairs ministries. We are the new ones in the neighborhood. We have been 10 weeks in the government, and in these 10 weeks, the first thing that we did was precisely to cater to the
haber recibido una economía sin reservas internacionales netas, con un nivel de inflación que superaba el 20%.
without international elements, with an debit of 20%, with petrol subsidies that was really hard, high corruption levels, contraband. That means a very strong process of deinstitutionalization and lack of trust in the government. In the first 8 weeks, what the government did was to launch economic measures with a basic principle that was giving a sign that quickly allows to recover something essential, that is trust, and the consequence of those things that are promised and that are met, because we have understood that as many countries, this gap between the compliance versus what we are committing to be able to make calls as government entities is something that has to be recovered, and that's what we have done by taking these decisions. What we have done is we have taken a mechanism that not only allows to recover the international price of the fuels, but something that disincentivizes contraband, because Bolivia was permeated by organized crime for 20 years. That on top of the traditional business areas, the last time they entered to the contraband of hydrocarbon, gold, mercury, even the money laundering through crypto assets, and therefore these are prioritized by President Paz. We have to create economic shock measures, understanding that something that we have to recover in Latin America is to humanize the stability, the perspective of the management of the macroeconomics. That's why economic shock came with social shock, increase of the minimum wage, on the public and private partnerships, especially to elders, the working with vulnerable groups, and attending to space that is essential. This transition of the medium class, talking about countries like Bolivia that has such a wide gamut, have to be handled because have an economy of 86% of informality. So these measures often what they do is that with a population that is vulnerable is pushed to a poverty situation. That has been another component. How can we redynamize employment for this population group, not only to be taken from vulnerability, but to avoid them to relapse into poverty. That's what we have called the equalization, stabilization system for economic stabilization with a social approach. And Bolivia is back.
Switch to English. Later on this afternoon, this is a free commercial. I'm giving a talk about the new geopolitical situation that we're seeing. And in this highly polarized world in which we have two superpowers, how can Latin America and the Caribbean act as a bridge between major powers without losing its voice? How can it be relevant in this new complex global order?
Great. Thanks for that question. I think that we're having the discussion in Panama, which is literally and figuratively providing a bridge between a land bridge between North and South, and indeed the man-made bridge between the Atlantic and the Pacific. It's a perfect, a sort of powerfully symbolic location for exactly this discussion. I think that recognizing that the world has changed and not spending too much time on that debate, but recognizing that what is important for us is to ensure that we're focusing on the things that are common to our success, common to our ability to deliver for our people, common to the global fight in respect of climate change and issues that are broadly uniting, and allow us to have a stable platform that is not grounded in ideology, that this will assist us in using the convening power, which we have always had. We have great differences between us, Latin America and the Caribbean. We are not homogenous at all. Some are big, some are small, some are landlocked, some are surrounded by water. And yet we've always found the ability to unite around issues, whether in CELAC or the OAS or within GRULAC. And there are therefore, I think, great opportunities for us to recognize, as President Dos Santos, I believe, was saying a while ago, that there are things that are common and not related to ideology. They are our objective goods that we can work towards, and that these are critical opportunities for us to position ourselves accordingly.
Thank you. And by the way, as an aside, Jamaica suffered a horrendous hurricane recently. How's the recovery going?
It's going phenomenally, as well as a recovery can go. We were devastated by the third strongest hurricane to ever occur in the world, and the strongest one to ever hit Jamaica. But recovery is actually providing a great opportunity for investment. I think we must be the first country that has come out of a hurricane and been graded by Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and Moody's as having stable to positive outlooks. So that's an indication of where we are. We're at 94% restoration of electricity.
Wow.
Or telecoms are back up insofar as electricity exists. And we're now focusing on rebuilding in a resilient manner, and that's providing a massive investment opportunity about which we will speak later at the forum, the business forum, and the Melissa forum that's being hosted at this very environment.
That's great. Cambio un poco de tema, Canciller. Una pregunta que estoy seguro se la han hecho.
I change a bit the topic, Chancellor, because I guess that this was mentioned to you before, talking about democracy. The former Prime Minister said that democracy is the worst political system, but the others. Democracy is not perfect, but is the best political system that we have. And recently we have noticed, according to the barometer, a lack of support to democracy because the citizens think that this hasn't yielded results. We have the most solid, the best democracy in the world after the United States and Canada. So what is the secret of the Costa Rican democracy that has worked for so many decades? Thank you so much and good day, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to share with you the ideas. Democracy is in a generalized crisis in the world and the Western world as well. Why? Because it's not solving easily the challenges of the population. If democracies can't solve the problems of the inhabitants and in an efficient and quick manner start losing credibility and start losing legitimacy, the system, as you said, and we all agree, is the worst of the world except for the others. And in Costa Rica, in the last 75 years, we have been able to develop a wide medium class, the wider one in the country after the 50s, when the First Republic ended, is the largest, saying that we abolished the armed forces, we declare peace to the world, we committed our external security system to multilateralism at a regional level, in the regional level of collective region that is the OAS, and universally speaking for the United Nations. And if you review the budget of the Republic and you look for military expenditure, you don't find this. This doesn't even exist. This allowed the country, in a responsible manner, I have to say, especially at the beginning, to devote more resources to education and to health. With education, that's how we create a nation, with education, with productivity, and how we achieve social peace. If people doesn't have hunger and is attended, well cared, and have a job, they will live in peace. The challenge is in what even the President Santos said, in the polarization of the population in the ends and the blockage of the political groups to not give to success to the incumbent party, I think in the next election. The 4-year long terms for a government or for an executive power are rather short. There are countries like mine where we don't have continuous re-election, which can affect the democratic system. But upholding the law, res- respecting the status quo, generating trust on the rules, as Mr. Santos said before, not to change the rules creates confidence. And if there is confidence, employment is generated, wealth is generated, foreign investment is created, and there is a stability. That was the quick round, the fast round. Let's go to something more interesting. As I said before in the talk that I made, and when we talk about this world order, where we have two areas, United States and China. For many years, United States has ignored the region, has ignored Latin America and the Caribbean. And as we are seeing, they are paying a lot more attention. I had the chance of working in the United States in the first Trump administration for 4 years, and I see the world, I see the geopolitics from the perspective of the United States. I see this new confrontation, bipolar confrontation from the side of the United States. How do you see these from your countries? How this new world order appears from Costa Rica, from Bolivia, from Jamaica? It's an enormous challenge, the current tension that we have and the policy of the United States of requesting to the Latin American countries to avoid the presence of the evil power, to avoid strategic investments from China in the region. But there are realities that we cannot avoid. In our case, we export 50% of our products to the American market, North American market. We receive 60% of the 3 million tourists from the North American market. And concerning foreign investment, the country receives 70% of the United States. With this, I want to state that the economic and commercial linking in terms of investment is clear with the United States, and the country is moving on the sphere of influence, both economic and political, of the United States. When we think about the country in the development of the communication, 5G communication networks that we wanted to implement in our group, we demanded vendors to come from countries, signatories from Budapest against cybercrime. So much so that Huawei, that is a Chinese company, wasn't able to qualify within the eligibility criteria because China is not member of the Budapest Council. That created a public and constant protest of the embassy of China in our country because they don't agree with the criteria that in sovereignty and data safekeeping was taken by the country. So there are tough decisions that can have consequences, but they are taken understanding the geopolitical interests of the country. Chancellor? I think that without a doubt, there is a new ordaining of the world power that is difficult to predict its outcome. For many, these reset sounds like a break, as it was presented by Minister Koenig Davos. For others, it's a moment to reset up this equilibrium of the public policy that have geoeconomy. This idea of the social networks, AI, and others has made the dispute is not only commercial but also has to deal with technologies and brings a third party in the table that is not the states or the blocs but these other players that don't have an agenda that has some specific interest of the states. Other thing to consider is that the decision to go towards clean energies and others has talked about the mining necessities and has given a new idea of dispute between the blocs. And this for Latin American countries like Bolivia, Chile, Brazil, Peru represents an essential challenge because pressure is not coming from the perspective about which political group you're coming from, but to whom are you going to open the doors of your country so that they end up giving you the idea of who is in charge of the productive change, of the perspectives of water, of climate funding, minerals. This is something that is demanding to reinterpret what is the new ordaining. And again, we are defining on top of organized crime and others the content of a new regional integration of Latin America, where countries, small countries like Bolivia, can play a very important role if we create bloc alliances with countries like Chile and Peru, and we can have the possibility of doing something that we didn't do in the past to create bloc negotiations so that Latin America can recover the role in the global economy. They have the other stage when we have a negotiation one-on-one, and given the reliance that we have with the debt with China, with the investment that we have from China or the United States, we are forced in certain perspectives to go in that way. But without a doubt, this poses an opportunity, as President was stating before when we had the intervention this plenary session and stated that even though Davos is talking about the breaking, we are talking about reunification. And this resetting should allow us as Latin American and Bolivian people, what can we take advantage of in this reaccommodation? Rediscovering Bolivia to have Atlantic and Pacific, to be able to offer the ports so that Chile is connected with Brazil and vice versa, to have north and south, and this allows to reflect on the relaunch of multilateralisms to create the ones as we had, like the one from Bolivia, Uruguay, Paraguay. This setup is something that is challenging us to have a new order and what will be the role that we will have in this reestablishment of these so that we avoid the logic of the decades of the Latin American and others.
Following up on a point that the minister made, is it realistic for Latin America and the Caribbean to have global power in this highly polarized world?
So, from a perspective of Jamaica, for the past 10 years under the Andrew Holness-led administration, I think we've been quite clear that a policy or a foreign policy that is based on pragmatism, balanced with principles, has been our hallmark, and that has served us well across the administrations that have changed around us. Jamaica is one of the first English-speaking countries to have adopted the One China policy. And we also have our strongest and largest trading partner is with the United States. It is the United States of America. Similarly, our largest infrastructure investment partner is China, and our strongest and longest standing security partner is the United States of America. We've always recognized that there are some basics that are non-negotiable. We believe in multilateralism. We're too small to not believe in multilateralism. We believe that one country, one vote must mean something, and we continue to use our voice to that respect. And in that context, we continue to believe that if you do not get lost in ideological and philosophical arguments, but focus on the fact that as government, your responsibility is to manage your relationships with the world in such a way that they support your national development agenda and will deliver most for your people. So education, health, security, how do you deliver those things? By building economic stability and by growing. In order to do that, you need to be able to trade effectively, invest in infrastructure, and that means strong partnerships and good governance. We have done that over the past 10 years. We've delivered no new taxes over 10 years. We've introduced a social pension, increased public sector compensation, increased our social support program. We have also ensured that we have cut poverty in half, the prevalence of poverty. And we've also cut our debt to GDP from 137, 140 to 60, 68%, 60 just before Melissa hit. And we've been doing that by ensuring that we focus on delivery, we focus on our people, we focus on ensuring that we have strong institutions that can build economic independence around us. Political independence we achieved in 1962, but without economic independence, it can sometimes be conceptual. But we believe that being strong does not mean being aggressive. I recognize that even with the balance of this panel, and the young people ask you, what's an unpopular opinion? An unpopular opinion is that the level of testosterone that is present in leadership generally nowadays provides for a predisposition to aggression that makes disputes less easy to unpack and to solve. There is a perspective that women bring a different perspective to leadership. They're more willing to listen. They have a more collaborative approach with respect to all present, of course, on panel, and certainly may actually assist with a perspective that can help in ensuring that, again, strength is demonstrated by not aggression, but by an understanding of your stance from a principled position. So from Jamaica's perspective, we believe that it is possible to balance interests, that it is possible to engage with greater powers with mutual respect and understanding, and that even where your partners disagree, it is possible for you to engage in a space that allows for national development and strong partnerships that are complementary, if not the same.
That's great. You said something that was fascinating. You said many things that were fascinating, but one that I want to make the topic of the next question, which is the importance of having a foreign policy that is both pragmatic and principled.
Yeah.
That's really hard.
It is.
In a world where pragmatism dominates, that's certainly the position that we're seeing from the United States, a very pragmatic administration. How do you achieve that balance? How do you achieve that balance between being pragmatic and doing what you need to do to advance your national interest, yet adhering to principles that are key to who you are as a nation? How do you achieve that balance?
Well, that's what we're doing.
Okay.
That's what we're doing. As I just said, we really do not focus on divisive, politically based, emotional arguments that are fantastic for panel discussions. They are, but they are sometimes unhelpful in a complicated geopolitical space. So what are the things that we need to do? We need a competitiveness agenda that deals with connectivity, digital inclusion, logistics. How can we all benefit from that? We need to deal with a diplomacy that's grounded in principles of sovereign equality and territorial integrity, which means I'm small and therefore my borders need to be secure and I need to know how to patrol the space around me. And if I don't have the capacity, then cooperation with you is helpful in that respect. And it helps you as well because this is your shared space as well. That is pragmatic, and it also recognizes the basic international legal principles. So I could go on all day, and I'm sure my colleagues who are probably far more eloquent and informed than I would have more to contribute on this, but it is possible. So far, so good. But it's not easy. It's not easy.
Tiene razón la canciller, es posible llegar a ese balance entre políticas exteriores pragmáticas y también políticas que tengan ese idealismo, esa sensibilidad a los principios y los valores que son claves, en este caso para Bolivia y para Costa Rica. ¿Y cómo se hace? Canciller.
Yo creo que hay que poner sobre la mesa un debate que es fundamental y es la necesidad de recuperar estos valores y principios e identificar cuáles son estos comunes, estos aspectos comunes que nos unen y sobre los que deberíamos renovar algunos acuerdos. Creo que se ha perdido un poco de eso y se ha entrado en un pragmatismo mal entendido en la perspectiva de que la carrera acá es por generar riqueza, sin reconocer que dentro de nuestros propios estados hay sociedades jerarquizadas y que temas como la desigualdad, temas como la oportunidad, son temas que se están dejando de lado. El otro elemento que es fundamental es la necesidad de entender que hay aspectos comunes, como por ejemplo recuperar la credibilidad de los liderazgos. De manera que los liderazgos respondan realmente a lo que la gente quiere de la democracia, que es que le resuelvan los problemas. Este es otro elemento que es común a todos nuestros estados. Ya no podemos planificar políticas de Estado porque los gobiernos apuestan a 4 o 5 años y todos, como decía el presidente Uribe, entran con el síndrome de Adán o Eva, pensando que con ellos empieza la historia y todo lo demás no sirvió y esto es nueva creación. Entonces, estos son un par de ejemplos que plantean que hay aspectos que son comunes, que escapan a las construcciones ideológicas, pero que hay que recuperar como contenidos y sentidos y principios básicos. No puede ser que en pleno siglo XXI estemos viviendo estos niveles de desigualdad que se están profundizando con temas como la brecha digital. Si ustedes ven Latinoamérica, cuánto aporta realmente a las innovaciones tecnológicas como la inteligencia artificial, no supera el 1.5%. Y si ese es el nuevo rumbo del planeta, entonces, ¿qué rol vamos a tener nosotros? Vamos a terminar siendo mucho más desiguales. Entonces, es un momento en el que hay que recuperar estos comunes y repensar cuáles son los principios y valores en los que se traducen estos comunes. A partir de eso va a ser mucho más fácil ser pragmático. Es como, y lo digo acá a modo de anécdota, el presidente Paz, cuando instalamos el gabinete hace 10 semanas, nos decía, por si acaso, la gestión pública es muy sencilla de hacerla bien. Todos sabemos lo que es correcto y qué es incorrecto. Hagan lo que es correcto, ¿no? Y este es un pragmatismo básico. Sabemos que es correcto. No es que no conocemos lo que es correcto. Es correcto que nos unamos entre pueblos. Es correcto garantizar movilidad humana. Es correcto respetar derechos humanos. Es correcto oponerse a cualquier acción militar que vaya contra población civil. Es correcto garantizar respeto al medio ambiente. Sabemos lo que es correcto. Y si basamos el pragmatismo de nuestras políticas en ello, vamos a andar por el ámbito de lo correcto una vez hayamos recuperado valores y principios que son comunes a nuestras regiones, más allá de las posiciones ideológicas que puedan representar nuestros gobiernos.
Eso, desde luego que es un tema fascinante. Hasta dónde llegan mis principios y valores y hasta dónde soy absolutamente pragmático. Me recuerdo una anécdota cuando yo era abogado y venía un cliente y me decía, quiero que me lleve este litigio y es por principio. Y le decía yo, bueno, su principio vale tanto en honorarios. Ah, bueno, ya no es tan principio. No vamos a llevar el caso. Hay que pensar, don Carlos, en el corto, mediano y largo plazo. Y hay que pensar en lo que se dice en inglés red lines. Por ejemplo, para poner otro ejemplo, si a Costa Rica se le pide que introduzca la pena de muerte, eso no va a suceder. Eso es una línea roja en el respeto a los derechos humanos al cual se ha comprometido mi país. Con ello le quiero decir que hay que aplicar el principio de Charles Darwin. no es aquella especie más inteligente, más fuerte, que mejor se reproduzca la que vive en el sentido, sino aquella que mejor se adapta. Lo que ha cambiado son las prioridades. La nueva administración norteamericana prioriza seguridad y lucha contra el crimen organizado y contra el narcotráfico, y le resta importancia a otras áreas de cooperación que tenía con Latinoamérica, por ejemplo, en el tema migratorio. Ha cambiado completamente la perspectiva de cómo manejarlo. Pues nuestros países lo que corresponde es adaptarse a las nuevas prioridades y lograr una relación ganar-ganar en esas nuevas prioridades.
Muchísimas gracias. Quiero concluir con una pregunta que es la misma para todos, pero que creo que es muy pragmática también. Parte de lo que hace una conferencia como esta tan rica es no solamente poder escuchar a gente tan importante como los 3 cancilleres que tenemos aquí, sino también poder conversar con ellos fuera de los paneles, poder hacer lo que llaman networking, poder tener acceso a ellos directos. Aquí tenemos a gente que está en el servicio público, académicos, pero también tenemos a muchos empresarios, muchos inversores que están deseosos en invertir en diferentes partes de la América Latina y el Caribe. Hace pocos años creo que habían pocas opciones, pocos gobiernos que lo estaban haciendo bien, en donde podían tener todos los ingredientes necesarios para invertir. Hoy día hay mucha más competencia. La elección reciente en Bolivia lo demuestra, en Honduras hace poco tiempo también. Ahora van a haber otras elecciones nuevas en la región. Es decir, hay competencia. ¿Qué le dicen a los posibles inversores que están aquí en esta sala, que quieren invertir, que están buscando en dónde invertir y en qué sectores invertir? ¿Por qué deben de invertir? Comienzo por Jamaica. ¿Por qué deben de invertir en Jamaica? Why should investors go to Jamaica and invest in Jamaica? And what key areas are ripe for investments in Jamaica?
Perfect time to invest in Jamaica. We have not only undertaken significant macroeconomic reforms, so we have fiscal stability and buffers built in to retain that. We have strong legal system separation between the judiciary and the executive, so there is certainty in the political and the judicial environment. Business people like certainty in terms of the ability to solve disputes, and we're able to deliver that. The Privy Council, Judicial Privy Council of the United Kingdom is still our final court of appeal, so there is broad understanding across the investment community in terms of the mechanisms that work in that regard as well. We've reduced the homicides by 42% last year, 54% year on year as at this month, and therefore are delivering a peaceful environment where security costs have reduced significantly. We have strong telecoms environment. We've had no new taxes for the past 10 years, so there's tax certainty as well. There is a transparent system of investments and expansion now in our ports. We are geostrategically located as between north, south, east, and west on all shipping lines. We are, again, as I said, expanding our ports. We've privatized our largest port. Jamaica is the 7th largest natural harbor in the world, and we have dredged it, so we now are able to also welcome post-Panamax vessels. So we also have quite a growing transshipment business as between Jamaica and Panama. We're also looking at global digital services. We have a young population, trainable English speaking, and offering services near shore, strong and stable trade environment. We're 10% across CARICOM. I think people are saying 10 is a new 0. So we have the 10% tariffs with the US and significant exceptions. Also happy to share that information with you more broadly. So it is, and we also have massive opportunity for rebuilding coming out of our recovery in the western part of the island. So there, if you're in construction, if you're in digital services, if you're in knowledge process outsourcing or business process outsourcing, animation, or any of those interesting new areas, Jamaica is a place to be.
So you're open for business.
We are
and looking for investors.
We're open, and tourism. How could I forget it? Which is, of course, now not even seasonal. We're open all year. 80% open, reopened after Melissa, and the 20% should be on board by the end of March this year. So welcome to Jamaica. It's a good time to visit. It's a good time to invest.
Gracias. Los cancilleres, a los que no quieren invertir en Jamaica, ¿por qué deben de invertir en Costa Rica?
So, dear Chancellors, if you don't want to invest in Jamaica, why should you invest in Costa Rica, and in which areas? It's difficult to win against a Chancellor of Foreign Affairs and of Foreign Trade and a Minister of Foreign Trade. But what Costa Rica can offer is a proven history of success in the attraction of foreign direct investment in its schemes, and proof of that is the more than 700 international companies that are producing from within Costa Rica. So it's an economy that went from being an agro-exporter to exporting high added value items or products such as medical devices, and they constitute 35% of our exports. And that is now the main exported product because we're looking for investment that will add value. What we offer is legal stability, proven state of or rule of law, like Jamaica, with 3 public powers that work well, with their checks and balances, and social peace, human talent. We have strongly invested in educating our population for the new challenges of the 4.0 Industrial Revolution, a network of international treaties, free trade agreements with 2/3 of global products taken to Asia and to our own hemisphere and Europe. And they are in effect now. The medical devices are still being assessed by the US to understand whether they are relevant to national security interests. Also, a tax regime for export companies that is rather beneficial. They do not pay tax on their revenues in these parks or these free trade zones devoted to those, and it's a country that seeks to increase internal investment in the tourism sector and establishing large chains for high value tourism, which continue to arrive in the country. Semiconductors, medical devices, and the entire new industrial revolution is welcome here, but also leaders in the production of pineapple, for example, banana and coffee in the farming sector where there are opportunities too. And although Jamaica and Costa Rica have been attractive destinations for a long time for foreign investment, that wasn't the case in Bolivia. Up until a few weeks ago, it was tricky to persuade people to invest in Bolivia, and things are changing. Why should people invest in Bolivia, and in which areas? Bolivia is like a covered tray on a table that you don't know what's underneath, and when you open it you find that there are really attractive aspects for investment, and the response of citizens to this political stabilization policy shows that there's a deep willingness to provide legitimization to a process that generates fiscal and economic stability, but above all political stability, to provide the basic conditions for legal security and social political security for investors. The normative frameworks that we are reforming allow for a new mining law, new laws for hydrocarbons, policies such as open sky policies, show us that the reality of Bolivia over the last 20 years has allowed us to preserve many spaces for investment, which is different to other countries where we don't have too much investment. We have low levels of investment or sub-investment. In terms of resources that can be invested, we're talking about infrastructure because of our geopolitical location to become a kind of space for logistical coordination that connects the Atlantic with the Pacific, for example, between Brazil and Chile. Coordination between the north and south and the continent that can be done. We have enormous potential with bio-oceanic corridors, such as, for example, the Capricorn corridor crossing over from Peru to Brazil to connect Shanghai. That could quickly be connected through Bolivia to connect markets. Our geopolitical conditions also allow us to be very attractive so that we can innovate with technological poles, and we are also able to activate critical mining, rare earth elements practically. All the minerals that are in fashion today within that transition are present in substantial quantities in Bolivia. High quantities of lithium. We have the biggest reserve of India as well. We have antimonium and gold, and there are vast resources. 60% of the water resources that feed the Amazon region come from Bolivia. We can also have open skies policies to be able to connect the continent, and there hasn't been any investment in this sector. So it's a country that provides a plethora of opportunities, and the most important thing, which is political will. There's a willingness after 20 years of being covered on that table to become a country that can contribute to the dynamism of trade. And without a doubt, the tourist attractions of Bolivia also make it a space that can not only make the most of that dynamic economy and trade from the extraction perspective, but that has a portfolio of possibilities that make it attractive for investments, as well as another element that is fundamental. We are building a business model that allows those who come first to be part of that co-construction. Naturally, going forward, the conditions for negotiation may be different, but within the launch of the transition, the energy transition, other aspects can make Bolivia very attractive to immediately allow for investment. So I would like to add to the invitations provided by our countries, and from the Salar de Uyuni, the tourist attraction, we can definitely provide benefits to the region. Thank you. Here you have the 3 heads of diplomacy from 3 Latin American and Caribbean countries with 3 very different political realities that are highly committed to 2 of the aspects that we talked about this morning. First of all, making their voices be heard more and more in this new geopolitical context. And number 2, they are committed to the free market and the attraction of investment, not just for the benefit of its own people, their own people, but also for investors to achieve new opportunities for investment in our region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Chancellors for this conversation, and we will continue with our agenda here in the plenary session with the next panel titled The Challenges and Opportunities of Climate Action and Biodiversity, Latin America and the Caribbean, a Region of Solutions. To moderate the panel, we are summoning Vanessa de la Torre, presenter and reporter on Caracol Radio, who will moderate today, and we'd like to invite the panelists, Juan Carlos Navarro, Minister of the Environment of Panama, Gustavo Manrique, ex-Minister of the Environment, Water and Ecological Transition of Ecuador, Rochelle Biderman, Vice President Senior for the Americas in National Conservation and International Conservation, Ines Maria Manzano, Minister of Energy and Mining of Ecuador. To all of you, thank you for being here, and I'd like to give the floor to Vanessa to moderate this panel. My dear Chancellor, Minister, here we go. Yes, Raquel over here. Okay, the ministers are coming in now.
Raquel. Señora ministra, aquí. ¿Listo? ¿Estamos? ¿Listo? Muy buenas.
Okay, very good morning to you all. We'd like to thank you for being here. On the list of the 17 most megadiverse countries in the world, 6 of those are located in Latin America: Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Peru, Ecuador, and Venezuela. And 3 of those are represented here on this panel. 4th, if I include myself, because I'm from Colombia. And just to give you a few figures about these countries very quickly that are here present today, Panama gave the world none other than that great interoceanic interconnection, which we don't necessarily know, but the Panama Channel works thanks to river water because of a lagoon that was designed with fresh water, and that's one of the reasons why the governments of Panama, as a principle of the state, protect the rain and their ecosystems in such a special way. Besides that, Panama is among the few countries in the world classified as carbon negative because their forests capture more carbon dioxide than is emitted. Mexico has none other than the Mar de Cortés, the Cortés Sea, which is an ecosystem that is abounding with life, so much so that in 1987 it was qualified or baptized as the aquarium of the world. Ecuador has all sorts of thermal floors. It has the Yasuní National Park that was declared in 1989 by UNESCO as a reserve of the biosphere, and alongside the ancestral Guarani territory, it makes up one of the most biodiverse regions of the world. But above that, or in addition to that, it has the Galapagos Islands, and we know what this has meant to evolution and diversity of the planet, this place which is almost mystical, this place, the Galapagos. Brazil, the giant Brazilian area or region. We fall short when we talk about the diversity of Brazil, not just the Amazon region and the complex of barrier reefs, coral reefs, the biggest in the region. It also has the humpback whales. It has the Cerrado, which is the most biodiverse savanna in the world. And Brazil on its own is a giant when it comes to, well, in every sense of the word. And Colombia is the second most biodiverse country in the world. We have 311 different types of continental ecosystems. Close to 53% of the territory is covered by forests, and it is also the home of 80,000 registered species, of which 3,625 are endemic. It is a great pleasure to be with you in this conversation. I'm Vanessa de la Torre from the Grupo Prisa and Caracol Radio. I'd like to begin, Minister, talking about something, because when you think about the next 5 years, your microphone, please. If logistics can help me, please. We are missing a microphone. Let's share this one. So, Minister, if we think about the next 5 years, what should be the public policies or the environmental policies that will allow for the development of such a diverse region such as our own in Latin America to foster, of course, and also perform an exploration of that biodiversity? Which policies should we have in place? Well, above all, and first of all, very good morning to you all. Welcome. It's almost 12, but I'd like to make the most of this moment to welcome you all to Panama, the country with the greatest biodiversity per square meter, or one of those in the world, with extraordinary mountains and extraordinary forests, with reefs in the Pacific and the Caribbean, one of the biggest populations of mangroves on the coast in the world, 4 heritage sites, biosphere reserves, a paradise. But as with many of our countries, up until recently, we weren't taking care of our biodiversity. And that's really significant. We need to stop seeing our natural resources and their conservation as an optional activity or an activity where things are conserved or taken care of as a form of charity or out of compassion. It's quite the contrary. The wealth of Latin America is its big competitive advantage in the face of this globalized and competitive world. And there is no country better than Panama where you can see that. We have the Channel of Panama next door, which is dependent on its basin and fresh water. There is no rain. There are weather extremes. You have droughts. The channel can't work fully when there are droughts. But the last drought cost us $1 billion in revenue. I can't think of a better example of sustainable development beyond the Panama Channel. So no more charity. Either we invest in caring for our natural resources and biodiversity as strategic assets for the generation of energy and hydroelectricity, which is more than 70% in Panama of our power generation, and the Panama Channel as the main driver of our economy and the main asset for farming and for ecotourism and other activities that will sustainably guarantee better quality of life for all Panamanians. When we start to invest in this, and lamentably in Panama and in many countries of the region, we only invest less than 1% in taking care of that natural foundation. In the case of Panama, it generates 40% of our GDP. Therefore, we need to have clear thoughts. Either we become serious in taking care of our natural heritage, or we lose it all. How long will we have to wait? Decades? Years? We already have severe droughts and crises and contamination in our small country, which has so much potential. The decision of President José Raúl Molino and the government is for us to take care of our nature and natural resources now. And I'd like to invite you all to take ownership of this in Latin America. Minister, if you had to highlight one marvelous place in terms of its ecosystem, obviously the channel in your country, but that you'd like to recommend we visit, which one would it be? Well, I would take you all to the National Park, which is a World Heritage Site, Coiba. The previous, it has reefs, more than 200 acres. It has marine ecosystems that are extraordinary and unique, and rivers and mangroves. This is the biggest island in the Republic of Panama. It has rivers and mangroves within the island, up until an insular territory full of endemic species that you won't find anywhere else in the world. And to tell you the truth, it's fantastic. But there are just so many. The island, there's one species that's only in that world. We have incredible reefs in the Caribbean. Isla, the island of Puerto Morinos, Darien, Isla del Toro. And then Darien, you join the biota of South America and Central America. There's the Amazon of Central America is here as well. So make the most of it. Now that you're in Panama, go and see the best side of Panama, the natural side of Panama, which has no equal. Minister Manzano. Ecuador has, as we were saying earlier, Cotopaxi and Chimborazo and wonderful beaches in Esmeraldas and Atacama, and also the Galapagos. I mean, the heritage there, it's yours and ours, and it's for our generations, this heritage site. In 5 years' time, when you think as a minister in your country, which is a wonderful country, Ecuador, which public policy should be implemented to guarantee the protection of the environment, but also to ensure that these resources generate everything you should have in a competitive world and region such as Latin America that they should generate? First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Minister, for being an excellent host. And I'd like to congratulate the CAF for the space that they have provided so that we can talk about the topic that brings us together today, which is biodiversity and the climate issue.
And to tell you that I'm Minister of Mines and Energy, I work with 5 of the 7 strategic sectors of the Ecuador. That is mining, hydrocarbon, electricity, environment, and water. That makes that for the first time in a single ministry, we have the same strategy of where we want to go, making compatible conservation, sustainable use of biodiversity, and on top of that, preserving the water basins and the water quality. Water became our strategic sector as main objective, and from water, without water, there's no conservation or mining, nor hydrocarbon, and no electricity for the hydroelectric power. And for what you're mentioning, you're asking, is precisely this, the integration of strategic sectors that are important for the development of the country. And we have to put environment there, the conservation. We moved back in the moment that president some years ago decided to remove the rates to go to the fees to go to the protected areas. That means that we didn't have money for control. When we receive a ministry, that the decision making for many years, what made is that we were really behind in terms of conservation. And the normative that we're doing is to enjoy the national parks. And other thing that is very important, where I'm going to make a lot of emphasis, Ecuador is the most megadiverse country per square meter. We are small. We have the Amazon, you have Andes, you have the coast, and Galapagos. This makes that year over year we make the same focus on innovation. That is one of the policies that we have to handle in Latin America. We have 85 new species that we found last year. To have a species that usually takes 5 years. So you can think that those 85 were studies from 3 to 5 years to have them. And we applaud this as one of the public policies, because what we want to do in our countries, we have the patent. We need more patents. We need more biomimesis, everything that has to deal with input. We have like 1,500 patents registered in the IPC, but Ecuador has none. Colombia has them. Colombia is one of the 5 in Latin America. That doesn't mean that they are enough. I would like to see more. So there is a comprehensive policy that we have to do. This to understand biodiversity, as the minister from Panama said, as a strategic axis of development. With the patents, you have a way to say, okay, this is a sustainable use of our biodiversity, and we are going to protect to avoid damaging these source of elements. And when we talk about water, it's important that the hydrographic basins can be connected. We have Panama, we have Darien, and we have like an exclusive club, 2 oceans. Difficult to enter from that side, but that's a beautiful thing that we have in Darien, and we have Choco that would end in Darien. We're part of the Andean Choco, but in the hydrographical basins, we need to understand that some can affect others, and that's another public policy of understanding. And what I wanted to share with you is that what I do in my country has a small impact, the most diverse, but we also have the most important entry to the affluents that go to the Amazon. That makes that whatever I decide, the public policies that I have in Ecuador, the activity that I decide to prioritize without environmental controls, mining, for example, that is one of the most important struggles that we have, illegal mining in protected areas, and 90% of conservation. Whatever I do is going to impact Colombia, Peru, Brazil, and Peru. So it's like a mix of many different things because in 5 years, I would like to see all of us united, even with Colombia. Listening all these conversations, the word that I have heard the most is union, how Latin America works together. President Lula said, everybody, I think that everyone agrees with the ideological differences that we have in Latin America because we're talking about a diverse and different region. Everybody knows that there has to be some policies where we as a bloc can do something because what has been done so far in Latin America is not working. That is the feeling that I have after listening everyone. In terms of biodiversity, regardless of the difference, knowing that there is a principle of work with environment, is it possible to have that linking? Absolutely. We as Ecuadorian, we are in Semar with Panama, with Costa Rica and Colombia, because it's clear for us that diversity has to be understood as the conversation, the bio corridors, even in the ocean ones, and that's why the existence of Semar is so important. I think that biodiversity is the base of the development. We as Ecuadorian, being exporters of primary products such as shrimp, broccoli, flowers, banana, to us, this is biodiversity. So what we have to do is we have to understand one and the other, and either we like it or not, when we're talking in between presidents. But in Latin America, there is not so much polarization, at least in South America and Central America, not so much polarization in political topics. And I think that what has to unite us is the connective part, is the conservation, the future is our children, is to share something for them. I have the president. We talk about international conservation. And the question is the same. In 5 years' time, if we want to do it as Latin America has done, talking about conservation and others, what do we intend to do? I would like to use as an example what the ministers from Panama and Ecuador and Gustavo brought. When I was heading, I was leading this in Latin America, how nature goes hand in hand. We heard from our President Lula the importance of the link of the integration of being in this international market that is based on nature in a comprehensive manner. That is a great proposition that we can bring. When we see Panama, when I share with Mr. Arjona, our big dream is to have a great business uh, in these mangroves that you have. For example, that will be the operation, the largest carbon operation. That's something that we brought. With Ecuador, we share with the team in a sustainable production model for palm in the Amazon with the communities, and that brings Ecuador and the planet in the same place on the sustainability. We have Latin America or the different options. An example that we have with Manrique is one of the largest operations of debt swap that we have had. How Latin America can provide different elements of biodiversity. We talked with certain clarity that the biodiversity is the path from Lula with the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Economy. We proved in many different forums that that's the purpose of Brazil, that is essential for our work. We're really thankful for CAF for inviting us to this panel because we are an NGO We came to talk about economy. Why international conservation from the beginning? We saw the nature, given the importance of the ecosystem, of the life, and the solution for the economy in general. Now it's going to be 50th anniversary, and we started our work. We started, and we knew the representative of Bolivia in the last meeting, how Bolivia opens to the world, to us that we are there. We have been there for 40 years, and we look at the Amazon. Nowadays, we have the largest opportunity for the carbon market. It will come from Bolivia. They are ready. We have all the regulatory frameworks. So to wrap up, to state that not a lot is left. We need investors to set aside this fear for risk, that they bet on us, because bioeconomy is the economy of the future. And that is a great test. We wouldn't have Latin America as a great vendor of the planet on the preserved area. We are risking the Amazon. 17% of the Amazon deforested, damaged. We're going to work with restoration, but if we reach 20%, we reach to a point of no return. This is not possible because we'll damage all the elements from South America. We go from international conservation, an idea that unites biodiversity and other solutions. How reversible is that damage of 17% that we have in the Amazon? How long is needed for these to be reverted? We know that until 2030 we have the time that we need. We did the route map. We presented these in the biodiversity climate change in the year that we were missing in the COP from Cali. We saw how the Amazon countries were represented or portrayed. We're 9 countries, and with our route maps, we need to bring the information from the different paths so that we can reach this tipping point. Public resources, multilateral, that historically were contributed to this, are not enough. We need to fight the economy of inequalities. But we can bring 2 examples from Brazil. The government invested a lot on exporting products from the Amazon. The Brazilian Export Agency created executive boards based in Peru for investment in 20 Amazon commodities. That is the signal for the future. We're working with pharma, with that is explored in terms of innovation, industrial innovation. So we have the response there. A lot of work to do. Thank you, Dr. Manrique. From your perspective, from your expertise, in these 5 years, upcoming years, what are we missing? What do we have to do left? Thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. Estimated ministers. First, I want to thank CAF for this opportunity. And I would like to start with a principle. I think that absolutely all countries of Latin America are as rich as any wealthy country of the country, compared with Japan, with any European country, United States, with the caveat that our currency is biodiversity. And the challenge is on how to value this while it's alive. And to do this, the second notion is that we all know that the triple planetary crisis, contamination, pollution, etc. And we are in the fear, and fear freezes us. to global warming, loss of biodiversity, illegal logging. 25% of the world's protein comes from the oceans. And they taught us that 1 out of 2 breaths, if you do 2 breaths, one comes from the ocean. They told us that they come from the jungle. Now we have one information that it comes from the ocean. So this topic takes me to the third notion, that is everything, 100% everything that we see here comes from nature, either for one of two reasons, or extraction or production. My lenses, the sheets of paper, everything comes either through extraction or production. So from fear to opportunity, Latin America has 40% of the planet biodiversity, 30% of drinking water. People say that a third world war is going to be due to water. So 50% of GDP comes from nature. Most of the countries of Latin America are on development stage. They cannot pressure us and said, leave everything aside in the nature and don't leave much. The challenge is in how do you enjoy what you have. So some examples have to be brought. The first is a conversation that we had at the beginning of the government, and is that a pound of marlin, I guess it's going to be the same here, $750. And a pound of marlin in an exploiting country is $2. What is the difference? These countries understood that the currency is like biodiversity, so they enjoy how much biomass they have under the water, how much marlin lives, and how much catch and release you can do to those marlins. So what happens? A world community of experience comes and pays a lot for the ship, for the hotel, for the dock, for the car, and all of this comes in the appraisal of the $750. So it's easy to do something here, not because I like the marlin, not because I like this, it's because they are better than the $2 that the ceviche costs you. So this is a simple opportunity. I trust the mineral extraction. I am all for this. I think that having a different stance, they can talk from a cavern, because the sole fact of coming here, I need ships, uh, trees and others, and we have different types of minerals. For example, gold. 78% of the gold that is exploited in the world is to support a currency. So you have a vault under the nature, properly covered, and you exploit responsibly, and you send it to Switzerland in gold billions. Without this, I wouldn't be able to have this. I wouldn't be able to take this. But it's a narrative that the world has to repurpose. The new economic model of countries like ours, where we live in poverty. And the last example is what Minister Manzano said. And I totally agree with this. I have to reinforce the topics with this. I said that everything comes from nature. Aspirin. What else do you know? What do you know more than aspirin? Comes from bark of a tree. Penicillin comes from a fungus. And quinine is the active product that saved thousands of people from malaria. But what happens? We don't have a legal framework, as the Minister of Patents said, of digital sequences. The frog that lives in warm heart never gets sick. When it's in stress, it exudates some ingredients that have been taken because they have some specific characteristics for diabetics. So I think that Latin America must portray a new post-petrol era. And with this, I want to say that let's continue taking the oil that we need, but let's do an economic transition. When you add new economic models, circular economy, alternative economies, digital sequences, what else do you need in terms of public policy? What the minister said, patents, that the Swiss, the pharmaceutical, don't feel afraid that we are going to steal the patent. And they pay royalties for life. So I wrap up Vanessa stating, I think that we cannot go for philanthropy anymore. I mean, philanthropy is needed, but we need to create new economic markets based on our wealth, that is diversity. Yeah, penicillin, quinine. When we talk about biodiversity, sounds something so ethereal. We think about the Amazon, the Galapagos, many things. But this helps us to get down to earth. I guess I managed to do a last question to all of you about what is done properly and what do we need to change. But I have really short time, so Minister, I go with you. Real quick. You hear me? Yeah, sorry about that. Straight to the point. Everything we are saying sounds really nice, but we have a huge problem. We are destroying everything in an anarchic and absurd manner. First, we need to organize our home. We need to do some housekeeping. We talk about international treaties of what we're doing with the Paris Agreement, the Cup from Cali. Environmentalists take half of our lives in cocktails, in fancy cocktails, talking mumbo jumbo. We have to leave those cocktails behind and go back to the field. The field, we have to stop the destruction. We have to stop deforestation. No more unlawful money. No money coming from the countries to deforest or to cleanse it, transforming into deeds of forested areas. No more. And we can do that. So I wrap up with this. Panama is doing, and firmly, because we lost the fear. 18 months ago, we decided, due to President Molino, that we are going to do some housekeeping with everything under the environment. The president launched in the United Nations the Panama Pact for Nature, the Panama Nature Pledge. We are creating a fund so that we always have investment flows with really well-defined KPIs in the keeping of our territory. We have already protected 35 approximately of our territory and 60% of the territorial seas of Panama. And a year and a half, we improved our park ranges. We included the indigenous people in our groups. We're working with the local communities and transforming Panama in a world element. I want to talk about diversity and ecotourism. We are walking the walk. And less speaking of pretty speeches, more action to take care of diversity, hydrographical basins, and the elements that we need. What is Ecuador doing to feel cherished of doing this? On the protection. I'm going to propose, Minister, to help you with what we did in Ecuador not too long ago. I guess it was 20 years ago, or 15 perhaps. This nowadays FIES, that is the Environmental and Social Investment Fund. It handles around 109 million, almost all from international cooperation. They create their accounts for each specific project, and that means that we have transparency, reliability in the country, because the most difficult thing is the creation of trust with international cooperation with our peers in everything. When I'm opening a market, I'm going to work with berries. Everything needs time, and we have lived this. I live this with the energy topics. So creating this trust in this type of tools is essential. We also have a large debt swap in the ocean. That is the one that we had with Gustavo in the Brotherhood. We have the largest continental swap. That is the one that I created on 2024. And next week we start with a call to the projects, that is the Amazon Bio Corridor. And precisely, CAF is supporting us, is helping us to raise all the information and doing something historical and iconic of the fragile ecosystems that are snow-capped mountains, moors, and dry forests. So there is a trajectory by Ecuador, and actually the first swap that we have with the Dutch government 30 years ago. It is an ideal element when we are learning from the mistakes and having as soon as possible the projects, because if you do change a swap of these for the, you have to do it to keep the humanity, to include the people that are taking care of this nature. And to me, I think that the key for this process and handling this different strategic sectors, you notice that if there is not a dialogue, if there is not human participation, free and informed or prior work, no project, not even the ones from conservation, had to be kept in time. So the main element is going to be this dialogue and this empathy that we will have with the people that are going to be beneficiaries and are going to have restrictions in their activities to do this conservation. Other thing in this moment is that we have to take care of everything that we have, because we know that each part that we cover has an important impact in terms of the wellness of the country. Is fighting illegal mining. To me, it's painful to see these in protected areas. And what we are doing, in fact, I always say that in my building, I said the Ministry of Mines in the same floor that the Ministry of Environment, and I said, please know each other, talk with each other, because we need to understand some and the other. Why I defend conservation, why I defend extraction, why is it important? Because part of the idea that we have, I continue prioritizing that, for example, extraction, hydrocarbons are very important. I live an energy crisis. I mean, they made me a deputy minister for minister and mines, and the problem that we had was 7 hours. We came up to 14 hours. You can believe me, you can trust me that everything that I do in my life is that no ministry, no minister, especially no citizen from Ecuador, has to live what I lived. And we can live what we lived in the moment of the highest crisis that we had. So, coming to the funding has to be meant towards the hydrographic basins, how we treat the communities. If we talk about funding, you say the funding for sustainable development has different areas, and we have to look and to make it interesting for those that are the usual and non-usual donors to take to the financial sector towards us and to look in a conscious manner that the development of the world is based on renewable and not renewable elements, and in its protection and funding. I reiterate that you are Minister of Mines and Energies, but also Minister of Environment. You Ecuadorian minister, I'm Colombian journalist. I wouldn't stop being able to do this question. In Davos, as we are talking with confidence about Davos, the first Prime Minister of Panama said that the new wars of the world were tariff And you know the profound tension that we have in our countries in this moment, given the tariffs. You talk about that relationship, and Colombia gave lots of energy provided to Ecuador at the moment that they needed it. What is your stance on that declaration of tariffs as a new weapon? I'm going to answer with a question. How do you treat your best customer, good or bad? I'm a journalist. I cannot answer. The people that is here with you, do you treat well or bad your best customer? Ecuador has a deficit of 1.3 million. I'm the best customer of Colombia.
Mejores clientes hay que tratarlos bien y
I think we need to treat our best customers well, and in a country like our own, we are doing something incredible, which is the fight against drug trafficking. And that fight against drug trafficking includes thousands of things. It's not only an international crime, but it also carries others that are worse, such as human trafficking. It's incredible. It's like putting all the bad things in a single criminal and highly profitable activity. And Ecuador, being such a small country, but so big in its pride and everything that it boasts as a country and its projections as a country, we have decided to do the right thing, to fight against drug trafficking. So I don't want to respond to your questions so directly because I'm actually prohibited from talking about this as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, but I would like to say that we were part of La Gran Colombia, and we have all the similarities you can think of with Colombia. They are very dear to our hearts. I love paisas, I love people from Cali, I love the music, Shakira, Juanes. You know, I could name them all, Sebastian Yatra, and Colombia really has so much to give that it really pains us right now, but we need to be seen as what we are, a client that is saying that for security reasons, please do your part. Thank you, Minister. Raquel, funding. How much commitment is there from the nations and multilateral organizations for the funding of projects such as the one that you lead for international conservation? How is that doing economically? We have very little time. Okay. We currently have the pilots. We have tried many models for this financial system to biodiversity. It's now time to scale those. It's time for the bioeconomy to be a central focus, to be an economic sector that is at the same level as all others. And we know that this is possible. We have seen in Brazil the examples provided by the carbon market that allow for forest restoration, and it helps us scale wood as well, which is one of the elements that are consumed the most in forestry or silviculture. We don't need to cut down trees from protected areas or parks. We actually plant, and this is an example of a bioeconomy sector that can grow a lot in Latin America and offer win-win solutions for water, for climate change, for employment, and many others. And all of this is juxtaposed, and it provides employment, and it can help us get loads of young people out of illegal economies. I wanted to reinforce the importance of the Amazonic economy as well. We are, as nationists, the Amazon region because we know there are no climate solutions without preserving the Amazon. It's not the lung of the world, as many say in scientific terms, but it is one of the biomes that are most key to a climate solution, and we are highly threatened by drug trafficking in the Amazon region now. In Brazil alone, a third part of the Amazonic territory has been taken over and controlled by factions that do not allow legal economies to prosper. So it's all highly interconnected. Factions are connected to illegal mining as well, with more than 10 illegal economies in total. So conserving the Amazon region also means combating these illegal economies. We are producers of food in this part of the world. That guarantees not just our food security, but that of the whole world, the whole planet. And that boosts us or takes us towards protecting the Amazon region, which is where the water comes from. Atmospheric rivers, as science says, will not exist if we continue engaging in deforestation in the Amazon region. And organizations such as the CAF provide us with very innovative examples. I wanted to mention the positive agenda provided by CAF or CAF, our host, because it resides within, or the exit strategy resides within nature, and I'm convinced about that. Otherwise, I would not be working climate change. And I see an example that we have with the CAF in Colombia, in the Colombian Amazon region, which is a pilot for a solution for biodiversity credits. This truly is the future of the economy. We have a very developed carbon market. We need to continue to develop the market of water and biodiversity. And we know that without the services provided by nature, like pollination and others, we will not have the commodities that we have in food. So going back to the Amazon, we can't have employment without the Amazon region. We won't be able to combat poverty, the poverty that our president speaks at large about, our President Lula, who spoke about it yesterday. Without poverty, you can't have a strong economy, because when we saw growth in Brazil, growth of the peoples that did not access the economy and then went on to access it through economic policy, the global economy grew as well. So it's all highly interconnected. And I hope that with your own inventions and your own plans here, you can look towards many financial mechanisms that already exist and find nature-based solutions for climate change and biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manrique. Just to end, funding for biodiversity in the world, how do you see that from the Latin American perspective? Yes, first of all, Minister, I'd like to say that I'm a faithful admirer of the conservation work performed by Panama. The biodiversity agenda that you have is exemplary at the global level, in addition to the oceanic part that you mentioned. You know, to follow, it's really an example that we should follow. I wanted to compliment our minister's words and the biggest debt exchange led by the negotiations of the minister were present. There's an additional piece of data which includes 18 kilometers of freshwater rivers in the Amazon region. So that's a differential value, an added value, new value. 18,000 kilometers? Yes, 18,000 if you add a number of rivers. And another interesting point is that the Amazon region is not only rich due to its biodiversity, but also due to its peoples. And that adds an extra layer of complexity, which requires additional measures. You have 14 nationalities in Ecuador, so we need to speak to all of them. And finally, just to conclude, what Raquel was saying about the role of the Amazon region and financial resources, I'd like to say that conservation with no money is simply a conversation, right? And for that, the World Economic Forum in Davos and McKinsey and many consultants, this is why we just finished a study of the most effective financial mechanisms in the world that apply to all countries, in some ways for some and in other ways for others. And we concluded with 37, and all 37 have been prioritized into 10 categories. So cross-cutting objectives, others that are public. For example, the Amazon one that mentioned by the minister, or Galapagos, for example, saved $2 billion. $2 billion in the sovereign debt of Ecuador. That's 13% of the whole debt. And additionally, in the Amazon, I think it was $23 million per annum for 18 years. And I think in Galapagos it's 18 million for 18 years. So that gives you millions of dollars for conservation, way beyond sovereign debt, which was reduced, which can be aimed towards education and others. So I took a risk after I saw that the QR codes are working really well, because we've been jumping from one thing to another. After McKinsey's study, the Economic Forum has summarized this into 37. So I wonder if the camera could maybe zoom in. So there are many tools, 37 ways of providing sustainable funding by a group of consultants that have studied this. And Vanessa, I don't know if this is working right now. Is it working? Yes? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for being in here in this conversation on this panel. Thank you very much to you all for attending, and we all have much curiosity and want to go to these wonderful places in Panama and any other places that we haven't been to in each of your countries. Thank you very much to you all. Thank you, Minister.
Un gusto.
Gracias, Raquel.
Gracias, ministro.
Muchas gracias por esta conversación. Vamos a continuar con el siguiente.
Thank you very much for this conversation. We will continue now with the next panel here in the plenary session. And we'd like to remind you that at 2 p.m., different panels will begin in the blue, green rooms and the room Inspire. These are quiet rooms, silent rooms, where through your QR device, you can go into the room with your headphones or ask for assistance from the people who will be in the room to help you. We will continue now with the next panel. We're going to take the official photograph. The next panel that we will have here will be multilateralism and a world of transition. For its moderation, we would like to invite Gabriela Frias, reporter from CNN in Spanish. And in this discussion, we will have Albert Radman, the Secretary General of the OAS, Andrés Alemán, Secretary General of Iberoamericano Seguip. And I'd like to invite Gabriela here once again to take the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. How are you? Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you. It's a pleasure to welcome you. We're going to talk about a very interesting point, and we have not much time. Multilateralism and a world in transition. It is my pleasure to welcome Albert Ladin. It's great to see you. I'm going to ask questions in Spanish, and if you need your headphones, you can listen to the translation with the headphones. We also have Andres Alamán, the Secretary General of La CEGIF for Iberoamerica. We have very little time, so I'd like to go straight into the subject because you were both here yesterday, and the topic of multilateralism was discussed by the presidents. They spoke of dialogue, they spoke of integration, but they also spoke about the voice of Latin America to date. What recent history tells us is how powerful that voice has been as a result of our disagreements, representation, and the effect of that. How many of us are on the table, on the menu, exercising influence on the decision making? Who wants to start by telling us what they're taking with them, what they heard from the presidents yesterday, and what your response to that is? Albert?
First of all, it's great to be here, and I congratulate CAF with this initiative. It's a massive organization, but turnout as well. It's important that we have this discussion today. In terms of the speeches held yesterday at the inauguration, I must say that I think there is a realization in our hemisphere with the leaders that we need to go into a new direction. I have heard calls for unity, calls for constructive engagement, and calls for focusing on the real needs of the people. And I think those are clear messages: social justice, peace, and prosperity, but under the condition that we can unite. And this is how multilateralism works, is that if we want it to be effective, we need to have all the leaders of the hemisphere on the same page. And I heard many leaders speak about those things. We should not only focus on the challenges, the problems, let's focus on the opportunities to make life better in the hemisphere.
Ok. Ellos estaban, hemos escuchado voces diferentes y ha habido desacuerdos y es importante que se pongan de acuerdo.
Okay, we've heard different voices and we've heard disagreements, and it's important to come to an agreement. What has the OAS done, or what has Albert Ramin seen happen within the OAS that needs to change today so that solution can come from within the OAS?
Several times, almost every time. What is the value of the OAS? Now, for us, there are three things with two conditions. One, we need to make the institution stronger, more efficient, more transparent, much more out there. I like everybody to understand what the OAS stands for: Organization of American States. Many people do not know that. And the work the OAS is doing, that story needs to be told. And we are doing that. So we work on a stronger multilateral body in the hemisphere. And we hope that at some point, every single country, independent country of the hemisphere, will be a member. That's an ambition. Secondly, given what is happening in our world, but also its impact on this region, we need to rethink how we position ourselves. The theme of this conference is timely. How do we position the Western Hemisphere in the global world order? The global world order is changing. Where it will go, we don't know, but it's evolving. We have hemispheric issues where we need to look at. Foreign policy is changing in many countries. We can like it or not like it, but we need to respond to that. And the response has to be one of creating more peace. That means stronger democracies, stronger governments, more delivery on what the people need, more security, better human rights, and prosperity. That means jobs, income for the people. And many of our problems today are so interconnected that we need to work together. Countries that think, and I heard that being said here by President Lula yesterday, countries that think that they can solve all the problems in our hemisphere on their own, that's an unrealistic proposition. That's absolutely not possible. So we need to work together. We need to facilitate the private sector. That's the prosperity agenda as well. Let us protect the domestic private sector in terms of creating more production, domestic production. And it's not protecting the market, but creating more facilities for the local private sector. Those are the key issues that we need to look at, but it can happen only under two conditions. One is demonstrate unity, and two, we need to connect better. We do not know each other. We do not trade with each other enough. 6% max in this hemisphere. In Europe, 60%, 10 times more of trade. And that means basically we're keeping the wealth inside the region, while the wealth should be kept inside the region.
Gracias. Andrés, tú también estabas ayer aquí escuchando a los presidentes.
Andres, you were here too listening to the president, so this is almost like therapy. What did you hear and what would you say to them? First of all, I'd like to thank the CAF, the CAF, for this opportunity to participate on this panel with Albert. As you well know, in the region, we basically have three political organizations, the OAS, which was born in 1948 and contains Latin America, the Caribbean, the US and Canada. We have CELAC, who are the same without the US and Canada, and the Ibero-American community, which includes all of those that speak Spanish and Portuguese, plus Spain, Portugal, and Andorra. And all three organizations have really good relations, and we're trying to go in the same direction. The question posed by Gabriela can be answered based on the response of the presidents yesterday. President Lula said that if we are not united, we are fragile. The President of Peace said that President Paz said the ideology was providing our food, i.e., our jobs were providing food. And the President-elect of Chile said something was wrong with politics in the region. So how, concretely, do we need to gain that influence? Somehow we need to be heard. And first of all, we need to really act in a united manner. It was great. It gave us great hope to hear the presidents yesterday, but we must say the truth. We are not acting with the unity that we should. As American would say, there's a lot of room for improvement in this. And, I mean, we need to be aware that the Prime Minister of Canada said this in Davos last week. He said it's a mid-level power that can't act alone. And they said, if we're not sitting at the table, then we are part of the menu. And we said that very explicitly. In second place, we need to ask why it's difficult to work together, why it's difficult to act together. And with this, I'd like to go back to the words of President Paz. What's going on here is that the ideology and policy are conspiring against the cooperation and integration of the region. When two neighbouring countries have a government going one way and the other government going the other way, then it's difficult. We need to overcome this, but this is a decision that needs to be made by presidents. They need to separate ideology and politics from cooperation and integration. To give you an example, in the Latin American community, we obviously understand our differences. For example, if we look at Ukraine, and Gaza and Venezuela, we have different positions, but we are implementing a digital Ibero-American charter across all 22 countries. We have 30 cooperation programs, we have 30 networks, and therefore we need to decouple or separate ideology and politics from the discussion. Finally, we have a tremendous opportunity that we haven't identified yet. This year, the new Secretary General of the United Nations is being elected. It's 80 years old, and in its history, there has never been an election of a Secretary General as important as this one. And we have 3 candidates, of which 2 were here yesterday. Only Michelle Bachelet was missing, and that's a great asset for the region. And in the community, we have taken a step forward, and I hope that that can emerge as a signal of this forum. All 22 countries said, we are going to support any of the 3 candidates so that one person from the region can definitely become the next Secretary General of the United Nations with an agenda that needs to provide a deep reform. Candidate Rossi said it explicitly. He said if there is no reform, then the United Nations will become irrelevant. Rebecca Griezmann said that being a multilateralist is also being a reformist, and Michelle Bachelet says that we cannot move backwards and we need to move forward with a reform. If this region takes ownership of the renewal and renovation of the United Nations, that will be and provide great political success. And I'd like to end with something. When the United Nations was created, there were 51 member states. Nowadays is 190 something. There were 19 of us because neither Portugal nor Spain were there for obvious reasons. We were less than 40% of, and we had enormous influence within the United Nations Charter. If Ibero-America works together, there can be success. Yes, please go ahead. Are you parents or grandparents? Do you have children? Are you brothers? Sort of. The point here is that even in families, sometimes brothers and sisters don't even get along. So we have to wait for the whole region, or do we have to wait for the whole region to get along so that the functioning of these organizations can be effective when citizens say the OEA doesn't work? And in Honduras and Venezuela, they've really put these organizations to the test. And in practice, we've had experiences that are truly challenging and they're not easy to solve. And this has made these organizations grow weary and trust has been lost towards them. So my question, I guess, is, can we speak of your thoughts about how to be effective in a family in a region where sometimes siblings don't speak to each other or think differently? What are the lessons that this has left for you so that you can be effective within your own organizations, so that citizens out there don't say that this organization doesn't work? And they would say, it's hosted in Washington. It should be within the region. And these are the arguments that have been provided. So what kind of reflection does that leave us with?
Quarters of the Organization of American States is Washington. Basically, we are in every single country. So our representation is hemispheric wide. So if you want, we have a headquarters in every single country, whether it's physical or in terms of recognition. But the point is, the OAS has not been telling the story of its value. So it is a legitimate question asked, what is the value of the OAS to the member states, to the people of the Americas? We are demonstrating now with more communication, more information flow, what the value is of the Organization of American States in the hemisphere. From a political perspective, in my term, in the past 6 months, there were some issues in Ecuador. We went, we helped. Guatemala, Belize, the adjacency zone, there were issues, incidents. We went, it's quiet. Just a couple of days ago, both governments came together and signed a beautiful document honoring the commitments they made earlier. The election of judiciales in Guatemala, we are facilitating that process. So I can go on. Honduras, election observation in Jamaica and in Guyana with some problems. Elections in Bolivia held. We were proactive. That is the value of the OAS. Apart from all kinds of functional support which we provide to member states in water resource management, in energy, in education, in scholarships, we are preparing a document where we will showcase for every single member states how much they put into the OAS and how much they get out of it. I can guarantee you for 95% of the member states, the return, I call it return on investment, is at least 10 times the amount they put into the OAS. That's how the benefit is. But we haven't told the story. That is the problem. For the past years, we have not told the story. And it doesn't stop there. Election observation. One country pays approximately on average, maybe 50, 80,000 US a year to the organization. You know how much it costs for a simple, small election observation mission to be mounted, to be put together? 350,000.
350,000.
I don't know.
Sí, ya sé. Sí.
Yeah, 350,000. So that is already almost 3 times more than, I'm going to shout now. That's 3 times more than what the organization pays into the OAS. One event, one support, and important in terms of the elections, maintaining democracy, representative democracy. Only with one event, the value is returned to the people of the Americas. and we're going to continue showcasing that in a better way. But apart from that, let me say this, Gabriela. It is time to complain, constructive. I don't know, something wrong with the microphone.
Ahí viene.
Yeah,
Sí.
but
Gracias. Ahí está.
okay. My point is, we are in a
Closer.
hemisphere with great opportunities.
Just put it closer to you. There you go.
This has nothing to do with the OAS, okay?
It's a Murphy attack.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, just put it closer
I think
to
there is
you.
a message
There
to
you
be,
go.
yes. What I'm saying is we have opportunities. It is for leaders to seize that opportunity. What we need is not disagreement. What we need is a positive, constructive agenda, a shared agenda going forward. That is how we find solutions to problems, not by complaining about each other, not by, focusing on only what will not result in anything. That's lost energy. What I heard yesterday was a good message.
Yeah.
We need to go forward. We need to be constructive. We need to work together. That is the atmosphere. So if we have that view with all of us, then it's fine. And it is okay. In any democracy, and the hemispheric democracy is like that. It is okay to disagree. So at least let's agree to disagree. We don't need to see eye to eye, but at least be respectful.
Antes de darte la palabra, Andrés, la actual administración en Washington.
Before giving you the floor, Andres, how do you feel that the OAS is working? Is it working? Is bothersome? Does it work?
With the current administration in Washington, D.C. I know of the stories. I know about the first sentiments, skepticism with regard to the value of the OAS, skepticism about multilateralism. We have to recognize one thing. The world is changing. Multilateralism will change as well. There are new elements to be added to a new multilateralism. At a global level, we see important instruments weakened. But that doesn't mean that we're going to stand still. I heard about the election of a new Secretary General is going to be important. But what I'm saying is that with Washington, with this administration, they have indicated publicly that the role of the OAS is important.
Okay.
They are paying into the budget of the OAS. They have approved the budget for 2026. We have not been cut. And that, I think, is a clear message.
Okay.
So it depends on how we approach things. We need to build solid relationship, build trust. And I think we have built trust with the United States in the right way. And I expect that we continue with that.
Andrés, ¿qué dices tú? Adelante, sí, claro.
Yes, please go ahead. What do you say? Well, what I thought listening to Albert, a little bit of a self-criticism. Because if we see the way that these organizations work, truly they haven't changed much in a long time. OAS has only 30 years, is only 30 years old. And when we're going to have a very important meeting under the leadership of Spain, we are doing an intense renewal program, changing and empowering the future, empowering the changes. What type of changes? If you think about a company, do you think that a company for 80 or 70 years in our times, or less in the case of CELAC, could have kept intact the organization? What this is saying is that there is some kind of anomaly. And part of the problem is that we haven't reformed ourselves on time. And we have a problem. We don't have enough time. We have to act now. The world order is not going to come back, as we said before. There is an important text from Gramsci that says the old order is not died yet, and the new one hasn't born yet. But then he says, and amidst that, the monsters appear. Each one could think what monster Gramsci was talking about. I have plenty, But what I have to say is as follows. It's true that the organizations based from the United Nations need a deep reform, but these cannot take to the absurd of thinking that we can forget, dispose these organizations. Is there someone in this room that would say that the world would be better without international law than with international law? So as we are in this expression, the breaking point, again, I don't think that the world order is going to come back. A new order is going to come, and we have to sort out how do we want this landscape to be drawn. In 45 seconds, tell me, reform ourselves. What is the HIP doing to give the example? We are working in terms of our organizations in all the reforms. How can we make cooperation to work better? How can we avoid a policy ideology and others are affected? In November, in the summit that we have in Madrid, we're going to have an inter-American system for support of AI. Yesterday, Gabriela, people were saying that one of our assets was culture. And culture is expressed in languages. So far, is what is going on with the Spanish? Is going to expand or not? And you know the story quite well. You'll be say, no problem. The United States, English, Spanish, and Portuguese are growing a lot. That's not the problem. The problem is that never ever before Portuguese wasn't so threatened, because 90% of the data that are incorporated to AI are in English. AI doesn't think in Spanish, nor think in Portuguese. So if we don't realize that there is a big challenge in this, we need to be capable of acting, of using the power that we have, among other things, so that this thing inadvertently goes above us. The data are in English. And I have to tell you that in the TV time, we have 2:50, and in TV, it's saying that the time is running short because we have an important meeting in CAF. I want to tell you in highly practical terms, for you to tell us rather briefly in reference 3 priorities where the Latin American countries, after you heard after this dialogue, this desire for innovation, technology, and action, how can we agree? What kind of priorities can we have to have some common ground? And have these work, these influence globally, not being the menu, but being in the table. Some conditions that we can create for this. 2 minutes.
I think we are at a unique moment in our history. Unique moment in the sense that we have challenges, but we have also great opportunities. In practical sense, as I said, the OAS will get stronger as a multilateral institution. It will create more trust for member states. Secondly, we have enough capabilities and capacity in our hemisphere, but we're not utilizing them properly, collectively. One of the things we have been doing, the Inter-American System, the IDB, PAHO, ICA, the Agricultural Institution, and the OAS are working closely together to align priorities so that we can serve the member states better. But that's not all. We're going to work with all inter-American agencies on children, on youth, and everybody. Because if you mobilize that capacity, you can do much more to the people of the Americas. But it has to be in the context of a new vision. The second one is, we are not in the world. That's why positioning in the world means also how do we look at collaboration with other institutions. We have started working collectively in the context of a weakened international rules-based order. We are working with the Council of Europe. It's a global regional organization. We're going to do the same with the African Union, with the ASEAN group, because we need to work at that level, at the regional level. Like the OAS is recognized as a regional organization in the world for this hemisphere, we are working with that. So we're not replacing the United Nations, but as multilateralism is changing, we'll have to take a step down. So these are practical things which we are doing to create opportunities and to work together, to mobilize the resources. And it will serve the people of the Americas ultimately. That's what it's about. The people of the Americas much better in every single functional area.
Overtime.
Mira, yo simplemente voy a lo que ya dije, ¿no? Actuar unidos.
I go back to what I said. It's time to separate it, to have leaders from integration and cooperation. That is also important, and to seize this opportunity that the region is doing, that is fostering the change of multilateralism. Because on top of the candidates that we have that are really good, the region is an asset in this. We are a region of peace. We don't have international conflicts, nor we have had due to our rule of thumb. We are a nation that don't have enemies in the world. We are a region that, for example, don't have inheritance to get closer to others like some European countries could have for some regions of the world. So it's not that Latin America or the Caribbean has three candidates. They have a background, and that's the one that we have to take advantage of. And I guess that you saw this with Joseph Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Policies. And I was with him in a debate with him. So someone said, Joseph, I can't remember what it was, but related to this topic, are you optimistic or pessimistic? So Joseph said, neither one nor the other. I'm an activist. I'm a person that is not illuminating or depressing with the pessimism. I act, I do things. With this forum that has been organized by CAF Panama, arise this attitude that the presidents that were here, the ministers that were here, the entrepreneurs that were here, we, Albert, from a perspective of our organizations, if we place ourselves in an activist perspective, I think that Latin America and the Caribbean can play an important role in what we do. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been something short. Has been really rewarding to be able to talk with you. And thank you so much for being in this room with us, Albert, Andres. A picture with you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University, exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships, we empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU. Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at Florida International University. Exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships, we empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU.
Buenas tardes. En breves minutos vamos a retomar la plenaria, así que los invitamos también a los que están regresando que puedan tomar.
Good afternoon. We're going to come back to the plenary session soon, so we'd like to invite you to come and take a seat. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes. Vamos a dar inicio en unos minutos, así que por favor agradecemos a las personas que van a querer escuchar al presidente de Bolivia que se puedan acercar.
Okay, we're going to start in a few minutes, so we'd ask the people who want to listen to the President of Bolivia to please come to the plenary session. Thank you.
Buenas Muy buenas tardes.
A very good afternoon to you. We're coming back to the plenary session now with the topic Bolivia Today. And for that, we'd like to call Mr. Rodrigo Paz Pereira, President of Bolivia, to the stage. And for this conversation, we would like to call Jan Martinez Arens, Director of the country. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here. Do forgive the delay, but we're here now and we can begin. Welcome to this discussion with Rodrigo Paz, President of Bolivia, one of the stellar models of this session in CAF, among many reasons for his discussion yesterday in CAF and his comments. Rodrigo Paz is a president whose election surprised us. He won against all odds and with a great margin, but it was not foreseen. And you've been in government for around 100 days and you've had a few crises, but I was going to mention before that your entry in this electoral run, presidential election run in October, which was done without announcements on radio and television, you just worked through social media and supported by your family. So tell us about that disruptive entrance that led to you, who obviously had a renowned politically known family, but weren't necessarily one of the main candidates for the run. Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for this space and to thank you for the time that you're giving me. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. Let's begin with two topics, but before that, I'd like to thank the attendees. The prognoses are prognoses, and when the trend to believe in these is part of life, life tends to surprise us. And to thank Panama, life surprises you, and surprises are given to you by life. This is a song quote. I've lived in Panama for 3 years. I want to thank this country for the space that it has given me here. And although it was a surprise, this new government was a surprise, it was also a need, the need of Bolivia, which needed to be understood and which these predictions were not taking into account. So in the future, we need a new analysis about how surveys are performed, how sociological measurements are performed of behaviour in the specific case of Bolivia, not necessarily other countries, because the person to blame for the victory of the first round is here on the first row, my daughter Catalina, who is in charge of social media. And in Bolivia, they're all aware that we had no adverts on television or on radio, no official media outlets. In the second round, they did join the efforts, but it was with a series of trained young people, obviously educated young people, but with a social base of more than 3,000 kilometers, communities, municipalities, more than 220 municipalities that we covered, and who understood our line of thought. The truth is what makes the difference. And the truth, if you establish a certain common sense, a concept of common sense, that generates strength and credibility. And so consolidating that truth bottom up, we had an opportunity, and I must thank some of the representatives who are here from the business space in Bolivia. I wasn't allowed to enter debates. Nevertheless, there was a business institution from Santa Cruz Caínco where they invited me to my first debate, and they opened the door and I was able to enter that door, and then I was taken out. So you reach power with the label of being a moderate person, a reformist, and centre-right. That's how you've been qualified in a very polarised country. Bolivia has been extremely polarised in these elections. Do you identify with this classification? Did that moderate title and kind of reputation help you? If you look at the re-election in Bolivia, there was an initial definition, a central definition, to end with 20 years of political history and the management of the state and economy that the Bolivian people no longer wanted. Therefore, after that, in the second round, 2 candidates emerged. One of those was me. The decision had been decided. The decision had been made on the 17th of August. The Bolivians said, we want a new stage for the nation. Whether or not the past was good or bad, we need a new stage for the nation. I'm not sure about the label moderate because we've just withdrawn subventions for hydrocarbons, which nobody wanted to withdraw since the 60s, so that's not too moderate. But we do need to speak with clarity and understand that if we don't make certain decisions in conjunction with the population, it's very hard for the country to get ahead. The advantage of the first round, where we reached then a second round without political debt or economic debt, without having to represent any other power that was already linked to the other candidates, really gave us the freedom to act and to use that freedom to speak with the truth. And in moments of negotiation, in the first part that you mentioned with the crisis that took place, because there was a crisis, because nobody likes it when you take 68% of a subvention, or which is an issue, of course, and it's the same with petrol. So having to speak to those sectors led to a crisis, but it was a crisis in which there was a new dialogue that emerged. So it was a crisis for the positive, for the good, because it obliged the government to sit down at the table with new actors who were also social actors that no longer represent the last 20 years, and that allowed us to generate dialogue. It allowed us to get to know each other the way we are now meeting here, and it allowed us to establish the priorities. The priorities of Bolivians is to get ahead, to have a future, and we are speaking with absolute transparency and with a common feeling, which is rather strong. I'll give you an example. We were in Potosí, which is a city in the heart of the mining center of Bolivia, along the Andes Mountains between Peru, Chile, and Bolivia. You have the greatest amount of different minerals in the world. But within that concentration, Bolivia is at the heart of it. And we were in Potosí, and the Potosinos, the people of Potosí, said, we want you to finish building the airport. And I said, okay, I can do that. And just as I'm speaking to you, this is how I was speaking to them. But what's the point of finishing the airport of Potosí if there will be blockades tomorrow? What do you want an airport for if you're going to block it? Peru has $50 billion of transactions in mining, and we are the wealthiest in this area, and we only have 6,000 worth of transactions in this area. But if we have an airport, we want different things to come in, like education and health and others. But if that's not the case, then it's best not to build the airport. So we sat down and we said, okay, let's look at our agreements, because they want an airport, but they also want to grow. There's a new process of dialogue, and I'll be honest, it could end tomorrow. But as with every good marriage, this has to be worked on every day, and I think we are going down the right path. One of the slogans that was most successful was capitalism for all in your campaign. Could you tell me what that consists of? Isn't it a little bit contradictory, perhaps? Capitalism for everyone in a continent where there is so much inequality and so much accumulation of wealth in the hands of the few? That's right. 20 years of socialism that created a lot more rich people and obtained $60 billion from gas, of which, although they did come in through bonds, they didn't generate alternative models for production. We're the worst in Latin America in education. We have terrible health, a terrible health system. If it had been from, whether it was from the left or the right, they did quite badly. And under the concept of capitalism that you asked about in Bolivia, and especially in the Aymara world, you have the Kaimiri concept. Kaimiri is the nouveau riche, or abundance. In the Aymara world, you don't have a word for poverty, which is different to the logic of the Hispanic heritage where we say this person is nouveau riche, but that's frowned upon. In the Aymara world, we say this is a Kamiri, and that sounds good. It's abundance, it's success. And when we finish the interview, I'd invite you to Google the Cholets, which is unique architecture to the western part of the country, the high plains, and abundance is expressed in architecture. Houses that cost $2 or $3 million, and this abundance affects the neighborhood and the province, and that's what capitalism is. And 85% of the economy in Bolivia is informal, 15% is formal, but they all have something in common. The state, capital provides mobility, and it provides health and education. So how do you transform that? How do you transform your relationship with the state? Because that makes you more flexible, it accompanies you, and it generates response to your needs. And this is what we are building. We are dismantling the tranca state, or the corrupt state. In Bolivia, we have learnt that, and it's quite incredible because they always ask you which ideology you follow, and you could have any ideology, but there's something that's been born in Bolivia, and that's the ideology of corruption. That's an ideology too, and we need to study it because it's an ideology. And our issue is, put us at the margin of whatever you like, but don't put us at the margin of this ideology of corruption. Capitalism has a very practical sense whereby you can use resources, you can use capital to build and develop. It's not capitalism in the sense of consumption, which is more of a capitalism in terms of production. Before being sworn in, you travelled to the US. I believe you were received by Marco Rubio. What's the horizon that you see in that relationship that you desire the US to have with Bolivia? Well, in general terms, we're in a continent which is the only continent that covers the whole globe from north to south. There are no other continents that have that advantage, and the continental exercise of our geopolitical and geoeconomic weight hasn't been exercised. It is exercised by the northern part of the hemisphere, but we are one single continent. The relationship with the US is open. We are going back to 2008, where Bolivia exported $500 million from the city of Alto, and it generated 40,000 jobs. That could have been for the US or Brazil or any other nation, or for the EU, if you like, as a global concept. But then with the political regime, imperialism, and 500 million generating 40,000 jobs, we went to 23 million in exports in 2009, and we generated only 1,000 jobs. And that was basically treason for the nation, because people were left in the streets without jobs. And so with all the nations that we are working with closely, we want to generate a space for agreement. I want the economy to go well in Bolivia because I want my people to have jobs. And if we help others do well, they can help us too to do well. So following the external perspective, what do you think about what's going on in Venezuela?
As I lived in exile in Venezuela, I have lived exile in Panama, Ecuador, Colombia, Peru, in Argentina, in Panama, in Spain. Even though I have a relationship with Spain, with the family and the birth that they are mentioning, but this is an advantage to create a notion that Bolivia, in that diversity that it has, can create those relationships. What happened in Venezuela, everything that means taking to a degree of real democracy, everything within the democracy, nothing outside of it. I think that you will have a good relationship with Corina Machado. Do you think that they should call to elections now in a reasonable time? To her, my respects, as many Venezuelan people, maybe not with the relevance that Mrs. Machado says that has in the first line. What we believe and what we have seen in Bolivia is that we have made a revolution without a single shot. We are changing our economy without a single shot, with dialogue, with consensus, and with the culture of the trust, but verifiable trust, which is something really important. We have had a process that I think is extraordinary given the maturity of the Bolivian people, unlike Venezuela. And I think that it makes sense. But we have also seen that we have the national polls, national election in Bolivia. In the past, you had a mayor's office, you had 2 or 3 candidates because the government allowed them, the 20 years of government said, okay, you can be a candidate, you are not going to be a candidate. And even if you present yourself, I have issued 17 processes in the government of Evo or Arce. He'd like to make you feel afraid that the policy is for those that the government is allowing them to do. I feel that there is going to be an implosion, there's going to be a resurgence of several leaderships now that the fear has been lost of local and national governments in Venezuela. I think that's extraordinary, the times of the Venezuelan democracy, they will say. But to me, what is interesting is that other voices are coming to create a new democratic process in Venezuela. Bolivia, as Venezuela, has extraordinary natural resources, lithium or rare earths, or they don't have some pressure to keep that with them. In Bolivia, nobody keeps anything, so either talking or having clear and transparent dialogues, or it's going to happen like it happened in the last government, that they left, and just like Maduro, I don't give my opinion about that. He's in a prison, and we in our government, given the need of the Bolivian people, nowadays they are in an investigation process and they are on preventative detention with the justice, not the justice, but the one that we have developed for 20 years from an ex-president and some ministers that have to tell the country where is what they said that they built, but on top of that, where is the money that they stole from the country? Okay, we have talked about the natural wealth. We have great reserves of lithium as cheap material for the transition, the technological and economic transition that is on the way. What are your plans with that wealth that you have in lithium? As long as people is okay and the processes are transparent, I think that we have some kind of path on the medium and long term that is extraordinary, but it has to be with the utmost transparency. Each one of the regions must understand that they are going to be benefited, even though lithium is for all the Venezuelan, all the Bolivian, but they are in Potosí, in other parts, in other regions, and they have to feel they are not owners. The property is from the Bolivian, as the constitution states, but they have to feel that those investments that they have a direct benefit, and it's completely transparent, so that they are the first ones that defend those investments, and mostly deepen in the future to have more investments because they feel that investment, either national or foreign, is benefiting the regions, especially in health, education. Now, education, as we said before, we are above Haiti, and Haiti has had a really bad life as a nation. Can it be that with $60 million you cannot generate a training and education process? And that's what we're going to undo. There are governments that are afraid of education because the more you educate your people, more capability to defend democracy, to defend the rights and your obligations. And they have kept us in this kind of ignorance because it's a better way to control people. Now, education and health through the investment, through the guarantees, the one that is coming for lithium, not only lithium, any mineral that you want to call, we have it. Actually, your phone should have 10% of the tin that comes from Bolivia. We have an extraordinary luck, and as we said with the President Lula the other day, in the privacy of the dialogue of the teams, there was a dialogue that I said that I was going to make loud. And he said, Rodrigo, when I was a president with the prior age, I wanted to make certain relationships and certain investments with Bolivia. And he said, no, Pachamama doesn't want it. Mother Earth doesn't want this, doesn't want that. And immediately when he said, I said, President Lula, I want you to know that Mother Earth has changed their mind, and now it wants to be taken care of, but wants investment as well. Talking about foreign investment, it includes China as well. The entrance of Chinese capital for the exploitment of lithium and other strategic ores. We have some agreements with Russia and China, but it has to become something transparent. You're coming from the European Union, and we have full control of the contracting processes. That's what Bolivia wants. Bolivia wants contracts that are of mutual benefit for those that create investment, either national or foreign abroad, but they want transparency. If we create this transparency, this improves the truth, the honesty. We were talking with a dialogue with my daughter Catalina, and she said, "Dad, you're a liar." 9 years old. I said, "Why you're calling me a liar?" "No, you said that there was work at me as a mayor that they didn't comply, and I was missing budget." And I said, "Well, we're going to do so." But I took the chance and I said, "Well, one thing is to lie, another one is to disinform." Nowadays, the world, especially the hemisphere, is moving between lie and disinformation for many choices. And I guess the South Hemisphere and meetings like CAF are generating a pragmatism that wasn't seen for real objectives for our people, for our region, and with the world as well. Except some presentations that we had from the representatives of each one of the governments, was a pragmatic perspective beyond economic thinking of gathering results to create solutions and to have a medium and long-term perspective. To me, that was extraordinary. And even though the hemisphere has these confusions, or is between lies and disinformation, the northern hemisphere is accustomed to think that what hurts in the back, in the bottom, hurts in the top. And now in the southern hemisphere, we have a special necessity in Latin America, South America, and the Caribbean of creating certainties among ourselves. And I think that is going to be positive for all the planet. In that universe of disinformation, how do you create a truth, as you are requesting in your discourse? Sabater said that the truth is the sum of many, and if everybody said only the truth, that was the truth. That was a short, quick summary of what Sabater said. Sorry for my numbness. Being a citizen, in short words, building citizenry, takes to some kind of consensus. You need to question society. Citizenry is created under this perspective of a series of political standards or policies that interpret this citizenry and create a national and reasonable state. That to me is true. I think that Bolivia wants a reasonable state that helps and flexibilize some decisions that have to be taken, that interprets 85% of the economy is informal, but it's a powerful economy nevertheless, and has been our formal economy 15% completely taken against the wall, with another one that is perceived 85% is going to be a huge partner, so that this formality creates being formal can be cheap. This alliance is necessary because 85% is not participating on the state and is reinterpreted in the path. This perspective of the productive capitalism. The most complex transition is how this capitalism is related to this new state for this state to help, so that this state can effectively foster the capabilities that we believe in have to grow. That is a process, but comes from a truth, and again I reiterate. That rationale of creating cohesion, of creating public policies that have to be interpreted and that transforms into a reasonable state for the perspective of development goals that we have in the middle and long term. You said after 20 years of hegemony of these, we have a heavily fractured country with a struggle in the left. How do you see the future of the left in Bolivia? Of mass, of whatever happens there. There are some Bolivians that in the campaign they were stating Rodrigo is from the mass. They knew that he was in the press. No, he's from the left wing. The reality is, to be honest, nowadays I don't know what is left or right when corruption has become an ideology and has permeated so many places, is not solving the needs of the majorities. I want Bolivia to do well, either left or right, I don't know, I don't care, but I want it to do well. And the common sense is part of that truth of what we saw, that is from the great majorities having the possibility of having a dignified growth, having health and education, what is asking a minimum state of wellness. That in Bolivia is not asking you much. Unlike other societies, we just had some really complex decisions, and Bolivia is extraordinary, Nelson. That's why all investors that are here with us, rest assured, Bolivia has grown so much that the economic stability is a in the personal life. We have stabilized the dollar. We are generating international reserves. The social unrest has been something on 10, 15 days, but as soon as we reach the dialogue and the verifiable trust, which is something very important, in the past they talk about the culture of dialogue. Why do you create a dialogue to insult or offend the other while you need is a scenario that is important, but especially on top of that, developing on the Bolivian people and in our border countries the culture of trust. And that's the exercise we're doing. And other relation is highly transparent. This is a government that quite likely is going to have many problems, but what we are trying to do is to talk directly. And the most direct we are and more that we understand the necessities of the country will be able to answer to our higher purpose. Bolivia wants to grow. Bolivia wants to be part of the international context. We want to have a name via our own account. We don't want to be a complaint. We want to be able to watch another country eye to eye and work with them not to lose identity. That means sitting and giving the important step of dialogue with trust, with creating a future with everyone. I think that little by little, this is generated in my country, but especially, as I said before, the stability is a public good, and that is a power. It's a power that we cannot lose in our country. You have talked about making complex calls. Among them, there is a cutting 30% of the public expenditure. How are you going to do that? And if you don't run the risk of weakening the state, the Bolivian state, with this? When you have an economy where 85% is informal, the state, more than they telling you a story, has a weight, but is not as much as they said before. But in this time, we calculate with our team, with our pool, that at the end of February, we will have less. I think that, and we will do the announcements. Items of staff, ghost staff. It was just for the party, it was for the politics, it was for corruption. So by cutting this corruption, turns out that we were having extraordinary results, and removing these items or these ghost officers was helping us a lot. Because who is going to complain? Hey, Juan Jose is leaving. Juan Jose is not coming to complain because that money was not coming. It was going for someone. So we have some really interesting surprises, and I think that we will achieve our goals. I hope so. I hope not to lose that gamble. They say that Bolivia is not going to grow. I want to see at the end of the year, with the power of Bolivia and my partners, I'm positive that our numbers, even if they are small, given what has happened in the last 3, 4 years, this year I hope that we're going to grow. And I totally believe that. Let's hope that is the case, that we can grow. We are coming to the end of our talk, and I wanted to make a personal question. You come from a family, your grandfather is Victor, who was the president of Bolivia, Jaime Paz Zamora, but I think in your life you have played a great role, your mom, people really close to you, and I would like to hear about your mom a bit. My mom is a good gallega, is a tough woman. She had the courage of being a highly political family. My mom and my dad, they bet on creating a different country. She is Spanish and she bet on Bolivia on creating a democracy and a different economy. Something really tough, ferocious, with high and important values. Doesn't speak it much, but doesn't stop sending me precisely. She is a person that loves the country, and she never stops sending me articles about things that are sent by the in the newspaper, talk about her mood and the ideas that she wants to convey. She's an extraordinary woman. She took like 12 countries, losing everything and not leaving behind the commitment of the fight for democracy. She had the courage of uh, raising a kid, my brother Jaime, being very complicated because we were two kids with a very strong personality. And I remember as an anecdote, sorry for taking your time. With Jaime, we arrived in exile. We didn't know what was being exile. We arrived at Chile. We received a Swedish family gather us that had a foundation. The coup d'etat happens in the 73, and we were at home of these Swedish friends, and they had these discs, this vinyl of classic extraordinary music. We saw that the vinyl was moving around with my brother, that maybe we were 3, 4, 5 years old. The vinyl was moving, the music was extraordinary. And we noticed something that we never saw before, that was the washing machine, that was also turning around and around. And we didn't have other reason that take the disc of the Swedish to put it to see if they made some noise. So the Swedish took us out because they had done several things. And that was the first day in my short memory that I remember. And my brother is around here. We had to sleep at the park. And from that park, afterwards, we had to sleep in some buildings that we still had in Chile, where the heating system was with coal. Had to open a deposit, the coal went in, and the janitor, when he saw a Spaniard girl with the two kids, said, "Come to sleep." They didn't have a place to sleep, and we slept in the coal bed. Some memoirs when we were children, and that nowadays has made my brother and I to understand how big is life and to know that there is a lot to do. Rancor is part of something that is not with us, and love will always have more luck in our way to build our lives, and I hope our countries as well. Thank you, President. Let's hear it for him. Thank you so much. Sorry, it's not for promoting a brand, but in Bolivia, they have always complicated this with coca leaf, coca here, coca there. I'm not talking about something different. I wanted to give you, there are many products, but this is one of the ones that we had in the stand. This is a coffee made in Bolivia. The varietal that we call, that we produce wine, geisha. This grain came from Panama. They took the seed, it was taken to Bolivia, it was developed. Now our product, this coffee, is among the 10 best or 5 best. And I asked the company that brought it to tell you that I'm not doing any kind of ad, but I took Takeshi, I took the coffee, and I want to give it to you so that when these can be seen again, when you're taking a good Bolivian coffee, and for you to know the great future that we have in our hands. Thank you so much. Thank you, President. The picture. Thank you so much to President Paz for his great words and his anecdotes. Let's hear it for him to say goodbye. We kindly invite you, as soon as the President says goodbye, thank you so much. Coming up next, we're going to have a video from Jaume Colboni, Mayor of the city of Barcelona. We thank the Group Frisa for giving us this great regard. Thank you. Brothers and friends of Latin America and the Caribbean, warm and affectionate greetings. We feel linked to this forum and we are happy of being able to have the word in progress in our city, setting up a bridge between Latin America, the Caribbean and Europe. Now bridges, and as this forum is, are more important than ever. We are gathered in an important moment where the global world has changed. In this collective perspective, I want to talk about the perspective of the cities. In all the world, in Americas, Asia, or Europe, the cities are widening and reinforcing our relationships, and we are creating authentic cooperation networks. And we do this for a specific reason. We are the front line where the large problems or the large challenges are being created. The emerging issues, mobility, access to these has the epicenter and the main battle center in the cities of our continent. And the mayors know that in order to be able to attend better to the needs of our citizens, we need to cooperate with each other and work together. And mayors know that we need democratic institutions that are strong, solid, robust. We need rules. Some rules that strengthen our work. So talking about the geopolitics of the world that set up different gaps. We have to tend up bridges, and I have to talk about positive elements that have to be considered today. Cities are strengthening our bonds. Barcelona has created some agreements culturally with Guadalajara and Mexico City with the last connection. And we're working so that institutions can be more proactive in this global scenario, because we cannot allow a global order where intimidation, threats, and the law of the bully can work. We cannot allow tariffs or the restrictions to free trade as a weapon. This has to be shared by the loyalty and mutual respect to democratic entities under which everyone is the same. Fairness that can only be protected from the preeminence of the rule of law and the international law. In this new world order, we have to unite, cooperate, and say stop to the threats and to stop the violation to the rights of the people. To say we have to work with a relationship of serfdom, as some nations want, instead of mutual cooperation. We are going to be pushing in that direction. Barcelona is committed to the defense of the institutions and to open paths of hope. That's why we cherish the initiative of the government of Spain to create an alliance for multilateralism. The next is going to be, in that sense, highly relevant, and the cities will going to have a core element. We need ourselves united to tend the bridges that some want to dismantle, because only in that way we're going to have a shared prosperity. Only with that we're going to have democratic, solid entities, and with that we can guarantee the rights and freedoms for everybody. Please count on Barcelona as a partner city, as a French city, as an open city, as a bridge between Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Have a nice day. Thank you to the mayor of the city of Barcelona. And coming up next, we are going to have some words from Mrs. Dilma Rousseff, the president of New Development Bank and former president of Brazil.
Senhor Presidente Executivo da CAF, Sérgio Dias Granados, Excelentíssimo Presidente da
President of the CAF, Representative of the Republic of Panama, Mr. José Raúl Molino, the President of the Federal Republic of Brazil.
Mr. Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, the head of state and government, authorities presented before private enterprise, academia, and civil society. Dear friends, please receive a warm welcome from Shanghai. I feel privileged to be invited to participate in the International Economic Forum of the CAF, the Latin American Caribbean Development Bank. I am sincerely sorry for not being there in person due to commitments previously accepted here at the headquarters of the Bank of the BRICS. Our duty is summoning us to renew the multilateralism, not as an idea, but as a concrete practice of open dialogue that is both horizontal and respectful between nations in times of fragmentation, geopolitical tensions, protectionism, and isolation policies. Rules-based cooperation with trust and mutual respect results in institutional relationships that are stable and are more necessary than ever. Latin America and the Caribbean are facing crucial challenges that do not have or require routine response. Rather, the region needs to reduce inequality and strengthen its productive capabilities, accelerating the energy transition, protecting ecosystems, guaranteeing and widening social rights, organizing its infrastructure, closing digital gaps and widening opportunities for its people, especially for those who are in poverty. This is why this forum is so important, because it brings together different voices, governments, enterprise, workers, communities, multilateral organizations that allow for a discussion without dogmas on the type of development that is viable and desirable, allowing us to find creative solutions and, above all, turning them in projects that can be financed, scaled, and measured, projects that improve the lives of our peoples, dear friends. Here from Shanghai, I want to say that you can count on the new development bank for strengthening multilateralism that builds development across the world, open dialogue, plural dialogue, and the funding that transforms. I desire that you have an excellent session of deliberation and agreements, and I hope that we can soon meet in person to continue to go deeper into this common agenda. Thank you. Great. Thank you for those words and this message sent by Dilma Rousseff for this event of the CAF. We'd like to invite you to take a small break, but before Carlos Diaz Rosillo's talk from the Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom, both the director and founder, I'd like to thank the knowledge partner of the forum, World in Progress, as well as the organization supporting this meeting, the Adam Smith Center of the University of Florida, and Copper, as well as our media partners, Brisa, El País, CNN, the Press, Stella Press of Panama, Mercado, El Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panama, UITB Global, Milenio, The Guardian, La Nación, Vecindario, La Razón, Eco, Diario Salvador, or Globo ITBN. See you at 5:25 here in the plenary session. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Los invitamos a que pasen a la plenaria. En breves minutos vamos a dar inicio a la ponencia de Carlos Díaz Rosillo, director fundador del Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom. Muchísimas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Vamos a retomar aquí en la plenaria y queremos aprovechar para agradecer.
A very good afternoon to you all. We are coming back to the plenary session now. I'd like to thank one of our ally organisations, the Adam Smith Centre for Economic Freedom, for its highly valuable support in the performance of this forum, who I'd like to ask we give a round of applause. Before moving forward with the talk by Carlos Diaz-Rosillo, director and founder of this institution, I'd like to invite you to watch this video.
University, exploring the intersection of government policy and the free market to offer a better understanding of the free enterprise system and its impact on human prosperity around the world. Founded in 2020 by Governor Ron DeSantis and the Florida legislature to promote education and mentorship through multidisciplinary programs and fellowships, we empower students in public policy and free enterprise. We conduct cutting-edge research on political and economic systems, host global conferences and seminars, and improve public policy by providing informed analysis to decision makers. At the Adam Smith Center, we blend knowledge and action to shape a prosperous, free future and foster a vibrant community of leaders. We inform, innovate, influence, inspire. The Adam Smith Center for Economic Freedom at FIU.
Y ahora sí quiero invitar al escenario a su director, fundador y exdirector de políticas públicas de la Casa.
I'd like to invite the ex-director of public policy of the White House during the first administration of President Donald Trump, Carlos Diaz-Rosillo. We'd like to receive him with a round of applause. A very good afternoon to you. It's a little bit complex to give a talk just before the conclusion of the event, so I'll be very brief. I have a very brief presentation with me, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the role of the United States in this new geopolitical stage. And I'm going to divide that into three parts. I repeat, it will be very brief. First of all, I'd like to talk about the global reality at present and focus in part on the Latin American reality, and conclude with some reflections on the role of the United States in geopolitics and in this Latin American reality. It is without a doubt that we are in an era of rivalry between two great powers. We are back in a bipolar world where these two powers obviously are China and the US. Therefore, perhaps we should talk about a return to what we know as the Cold War, but a very different one. Military power will no longer define who wins this Cold War, but rather, as we see here, the topics of economy, technology, trade, finance, and geopolitics will define it, which is very different to the Cold War that we had throughout this post-war period. Going back to Latin America and how it fits into this global order, I don't really like talking about the right or the left because I believe it's a simplification that doesn't always help, but it does help to an extent. And if we look at the map of Latin America over the last 15 years, and we use red for the regimes called leftist and blue for those that are called rightist, it's not a perfect definition, but it more or less fits within what we're trying to say here. We can see that 15 years ago, the map of Latin America was almost completely painted red, with a few exceptions. In South America, we certainly saw a predominance of leftist governments, and then 7 years later, things changed drastically, and we see that it's almost all painted blue. 7 years after that, 5 years after that rather, we see that once again, it swings back to more leftist governments. And then obviously there are a few important lessons left in Latin America, Colombia and Brazil, but we see that the right has been gaining ground over time. What does that mean? It means that there's this pendulum, this ideological pendulum that's going from one side to another, and that's what characterized the democratic systems of the countries of Latin America. So we have this global context where we have this Cold War, so to speak, between China and the US, and the swing of the pendulum from one side to the other in Latin America. On top of all of that, we have something that has also changed the dynamic, which is the arrival of President Trump to the White House for a second term. We might remember that President Trump is only the first president in the modern era of the United States and only the second in the whole history of the States in 250 years of history to have reached the White House after being 4 years outside of the White House. So I think that this is an important point of inflection for the region. I want to talk about certain key characteristics to understand this phenomenon of President Trump, which will significantly determine the importance of the region. First of all, it's a topic that I believe is very important and not always pleasant for other countries, but he is elected to be the President of the United States of America, not to be the Secretary General of the UN, or to be popular in Brussels, or in Paris, or in the city of Panama, but to defend the interests of his people. Point number two, I've always said he's an extremely predictable man, despite what people think. See him as a very volatile man that gets up in the morning and does whatever he likes. But no, actually there's great predictability in what he does, both in his style, which can be almost exaggerated sometimes, and also the topics that are important to him. Those who wish to understand why he's so predictable and why he has this style, why he uses hyperbole, for example, can just read his first book, The Art of the Deal, which was published 40 years ago, where he says exactly why he uses hyperbole and why he exaggerates. He says that people like to feel inspired, and if you're negotiating and you want people to give you 100 and you ask for 100, they might give you 30, but if you ask for 500, maybe 100 that you wanted isn't as irrational anymore. So he's a very predictable man. It's very easy to know what he's going to do, despite the fact that the perception of him is quite different. Number three, as you all know, he's a very direct man who says what he thinks, and he says that in a direct manner. He says what he does, and he does what he says. And he's an extraordinarily pragmatic man. So I'm going to talk about that a bit later. The foreign policy of the US in this second period is characterized and will be characterized by extreme pragmatism, whatever the ideology might be. He had an extraordinary relationship in his first period with President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, even though ideologically he's quite a different man. Therefore, pragmatism is very important to him. Number five is what I call a personalist. To him, interpersonal relationships between him and leaders of other countries is very important. So getting along with his colleagues, having a good interpersonal relationship is fundamental to him. These five keys explain to an extent how Trump acts, and they will allow us to understand the force or the strength that they have in the relationship between the US and Latin America in this second term. I think that on this global whiteboard that we see, there are no more empty spaces that are not filled, or empty space. Nowadays, in contrast to what we saw during the Cold War, where many countries wanted to be part of what they called the movement of non-aligned countries, and many people might not be in agreement with this, but many countries had the luxury of not formally aligning with either the Soviet Union or the United States of America. Nowadays, that's no longer an option. Staying quiet and not saying whether you're with China or with the US is no longer an option. And for him, the philosophy is that if you're not with me, you're against me. And this is clearly seen in the National Security Strategy, which has just been published 2 months ago in November last year, where we clearly see that Latin America and the Caribbean will be a priority for the United States. It is clearly said in this strategy that for decades the United States ignored Latin America and in a very intelligent and strategic way, the Chinese started to be left empty. And within that strategy, the president uses two words, enlist and expand. So he wants to attract more countries under the sphere of influence of the US and expand their influence on these countries. So a large part of this strategy, if you read it, you will find is directed at Latin America and the Caribbean, which generates a great opportunity, certain challenges too, but nevertheless an opportunity which I will mention in a few minutes. So what are the strategic interests that Latin America and the Caribbean can have for the United States? Number one, as I mentioned, is part of this global competence. It's part of this desire of taking China out of the midst of things. So the United States government understands that China has occupied these spaces in a very intelligent and strategic way. And Trump arrives and says, that's it. So the strategic interests of Latin America, first of all, is part of this geopolitical struggle between China and the US. Number two, we have realized during the pandemic that, well, although this happened before the pandemic, that the supply chain of the United States depended too much on faraway countries, especially China. So the US says, okay, for reasons linked to national security, we have to start to bring production that went over to Mexico, Vietnam, Cambodia, and China, can bring it back to the United States for national security reasons, which is an extraordinary opportunity for Latin America, what they call the nearshoring, the friendshoring, and the ally shoring, to bring these North American companies that left the country that left closer to the US. So from the US perspective, the ideal scenario would be for that to come back to the US, but due to the cost of the labour force, they won't all go back to the US. So if they don't go back to the US, then at least they should come to the hemisphere. And there's great opportunity here for countries to really manage this well and to attract billions of dollars for these US companies that are looking for places to invest. And number three, obviously, migration, which is extraordinarily important for the US. And following all, although all the immigrants aren't from Latin America and Caribbean, the majority are. Number four, combating drug trafficking and organized crime, which is extremely important. The official reason behind the extraction of Maduro, for example, lies here, but it will be extremely important in this relationship and a strategic interest for the US in the region. Natural resources, obviously held by Latin America and the Caribbean, such as critical minerals, REEs, energy, food, logistics, a great amount of natural resources that are indispensable to the US. So much so that although the official reason for the extraction of Maduro is drug trafficking and organized crime, President Trump has on repeated occasions mentioned the importance of its petrol. And not just petrol for the US, because the petrol of Venezuela isn't important for the US as such. Although Venezuela has the most significant reserves of oil in the world, the production of oil nowadays is very scarce, so approximately 1% of the production of the world. But it is important to China because more than 80% of Venezuelan oil goes to China, and the rest practically goes to Cuba and other islands in the Caribbean. So the US doesn't want it for itself, but rather to deny it to China. And finally, the enormous opportunities for business in Latin America and the Caribbean for the US. As a business person, it is interested in all the business that can be generated in this region, a region that can give many opportunities to North American business people who are looking to take their investment somewhere, and a great opportunity for the region. This new global order that I mentioned is no longer an ideological one, or at least on the part of the US, as I mentioned before. President Trump is extremely pragmatic, as I said, and therefore it is basically a practical order, the strategy of national security in the US, where it says we will give merit and motivate the governments, political parties, movements in the region that are amply aligned with our principles and strategy. And he says that directly. He says, if you're with us, we will award you or reward you, but we mustn't lose sight of governments that have different visions, whom we nevertheless share interest with and who wish to work with us. In other words, we're going to work with any government, no matter its ideology, if it's convenient for us as a country. Therefore, it's no longer an idealistic vision, it's no longer based on certain inflexible principles, but rather it's more an extreme pragmatism. And therefore, when we take this into consideration to conclude that the hemisphere, Latin America and the Caribbean are nowadays a priority for the US in a way that we haven't seen for decades, the great question would be, how will the region respond to this new change at the geopolitical level? How will the region respond to this protagonism? For decades in different international forums such as this one, Latin Americans criticized, and quite rightly, the way that the US ignored the region. Nowadays, the US doesn't ignore the region, and the big question is, how will the region benefit from this tension, this protagonism that Latin America and the Caribbean has taken on, which we haven't seen for decades? And this obviously generates great challenges, but also many more opportunities. Opportunities to have a strong voice that expresses the sentiment of Latin America and the Caribbean in being more of a protagonist on the world stage. And as I said, it's a great opportunity to attract investment in Latin America and the Caribbean, a great opportunity to harness this historical moment, which is a historical moment that we likely won't see for many years and decades perhaps, where they will no longer be ignored, to use the words of Gabriel Garcia Marquez. They will not be relegated to 100 years of solitude, but they will have concrete opportunities that will not come back again. And the governments that capture this moment and that capture all of these characteristics of President Trump and that can really harness this moment will do much better. Till recently, as I said, on the panel of Ministers of Foreign Affairs, there were a few governments that were doing things well in the region. Few governments were providing that which was necessary for attracting investment, but there is now a competition and there are many governments that are doing this well and they're competing now. Therefore, when foreign investors, whether that's from Europe or from the US, are looking for places to invest, they will need to comply or fulfill certain minimum requirements, basic requirements, and any governments that can provide these minimum requirements such as legal security, physical security, macroeconomic stability, political stability, infrastructure, tax benefits will be able to make the most of that moment and grow the way they deserve to grow. And once again, like I said, harness this unique opportunity, because it's a moment of great challenges, but also one of great opportunities that we will not see again anytime soon. Therefore, it's the right moment to make the most of this situation and get the most out of it. Thank you very much.
Pues increíble, una ponencia corta, pero nos dejó a todos con un panorama muy claro. Vamos a continuar de inmediato con la próxima.
Okay, that was a great talk, which gives us a very clear panorama. We'd like to invite Century of Plan B, the Mackenzie Report, and we'd like to invite Andrés Cadena, Mackenzie & Company, and Marc Canal, the partner and associate in Spain and senior member of the Mackenzie Global Institute, so that he can please and they can please accompany us on the stage.
Bienvenidos.
Hola, buenas tardes. Gracias, mi nombre es Marc Canal, aquí con Andrés Cadena, y es un placer estar presentando aquí nuestro nuevo libro, A Century of Plenty, A Story of Progress for Generations to Come. mundo hoy está convulso. Algunos dirían que incluso está un poco loco. La última vez que el mundo estuvo así de convulso probablemente fuera en los años 70 con las crisis del petróleo, con la inflación, con los tipos de interés, incluso con la competencia geopolítica. En ese momento no era Estados Unidos-China, era con la Unión Soviética, pero hay muchas rimas, muchos paralelismos en la actualidad. De hecho, decimos que estamos en una nueva era. Una era del calibre de solo 4 eras en el último siglo. Empezamos por las guerras y las depresiones desde el 25 hasta el 44. Luego tuvimos el boom después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Luego la era de la contención, a partir de los 70, con los oil shocks de los que he hablado. Y a partir del 89 cayó el muro de Berlín y tenemos la era de los mercados. Y la mayoría de nosotros hemos pasado nuestra vida laboral, por lo menos, en la era de los mercados. Y eso es lo que hace que hoy sintamos que el mundo es un poco diferente, que es más convulso, que es más complejo. Nunca hemos liderado ni operado en un mundo así. De hecho, este mundo va hacia la multipolaridad, va hacia lo que llamamos la humanización de la tecnología. AI, robótica se parecen mucho a cómo operamos los humanos. Vamos de una demografía que nos ayudaba a una demografía que nos complica un poco más, envejecimiento de la población, etc. Vamos a la carrera por los electrones, la carrera de la electrificación y la contención energética, y probablemente a un mundo donde macroeconómicamente el dinero fácil, el dinero barato, ya no va a ser la norma. Y además puede ser que el crecimiento sufra, o puede ser que gracias a la tecnología justamente el crecimiento se dispare. En cualquier caso, es un momento en que hay cierto pesimismo. De hecho, eso no es mi teoría, se puede ver en los datos. En un país como Francia, por ejemplo, solo el 6% de la población, a la pregunta ¿cree usted que la siguiente generación estará mejor que la anterior?, solo el 6% responde que sí. Los procesos son un poco pesimistas a lo mejor, pero no hay ni un solo país avanzado donde ese número llegue al 30%. Y ahí se inserta un poco el libro también. Con el libro queremos hacer una mirada atrás y una mirada adelante, ambiciosa, pero además queremos intentar combatir este ambiente de pesimismo, intentar meter un poco de optimismo basado en datos en el ambiente actual. Entonces, quiero que empiecen por imaginar, y así es como empezamos nosotros, los autores del libro, imaginando el pasado, pensando en nuestros abuelos, en el año 1925. Mi abuelo nació en 1922 en España, en medio de un golpe de Estado. Y cuando tenía 9 años murió su padre. Es algo dramático, pero en ese momento la esperanza de vida en España era de 47 años. En América Latina era incluso inferior a eso. Luego vivió la Guerra Civil Española a los 14 años, y luego su vida dio un vuelco curioso. Mi abuelo acabó siendo futbolista profesional, jugó en el Barcelona y el Real Madrid, que no hay muchas personas en el mundo que hayan hecho esas cosas. Pero pensarán, entonces sería multimillonario. En absoluto, tuvo una vida normal de clase media, y él siempre contaba que su mayor logro, y de lo que contaba a sus amigos como futbolista profesional, es que podía permitirse comprar un coche extranjero. Un coche no. Todo esto lo cuento no como anécdota, sino también porque en los números lo podemos ver. El último siglo.
So this is not just an anecdote, we can see it in the figures. The last century has no precedent. Humanity didn't grow in standards of life in the whole of history from the Homo sapiens 3,000 years ago. After the revolution in the 19th century, living standards multiplied by 2. Over the last century, that multiplied by 6. The average person in the world. In the beginning of the century, someone now lives 6 times better than the beginning of the century, and it's just not just about GDP per capita. Many people think it might be, and any metric that we use shows us the same figures. Life expectancy increased by 40 years, and this is data from Latin America, not from the whole world. Schooling multiplied by 5. Infant mortality reduced by 20%. So 1 in every 5 children died before the age of 5, and that decreased to less than 1% today. And we did this by working less. The average worker in Latin America works 400 hours less than in 1950. And how did we achieve this? Through what we call the machine of progress, a machine where 8 parts worked together and created a system that boosted us forward, pushed us forward. This includes workers, skills, investment, invention, innovation, energy, cities, trade, development, international markets, international trade and markets. So we have told a fascinating story of the 100 years of these 3 parts, but I'll just give you 10 quick pieces of data. It was multiplied by 7 in Latin America, so current workers have 7 times more capital than they did 100 years ago.
De infraestructura, todo lo que consideramos capital. Hoy Latinoamérica consume 19 veces más de energía. La energía hace girar el mundo y va a ser muy importante también en el futuro. Y finalmente,
Latin America consumes 19 times more energy. And finally, cities, urban development passed from being a third of the population to 90% almost. And Latin America is the region, the second region that is most urban in the world. And these were the cities where a great part of innovation was generated, where ideas came together, and we created the world that we live in. This is the future, but this is the past rather, but let's look at the future. Imagine a country with a middle income that's really high, more than $80,000. Life expectancy is good, the health system works well, but not just that, a country where you can let your child walk around the streets by him or herself and without them being fearful of anything happening. This country exists. This country, or the most similar country that we see, is Switzerland, and that's the experiment that we undertake in the book. We say, let's imagine that in the year 2100, the most poor country in the world will be just as rich as Switzerland today, and all the rest are above that. So Switzerland would be the lowest, and the rest are above that. Well, interestingly, this would take us to an increase of income per capita that is 6 times larger, which is exactly the same as 100 years ago. So it seems crazy when we all think about Switzerland being the lowest, but this is exactly what happened 100 years ago, which means that the economy is 8.5 times larger. And the important thing is to look at the conditions that would be necessary to achieve this world, because we can learn a lot of things here. So you need sufficient energy, materials, minerals, enough food, obviously diverse food with a lot of protein, sufficient innovation to continue to increase productivity, and to do this within the limits of the planet. Energy. Well, I have been an economist enough time to have seen few correlations as perfect as this one. You can see the income per capita and energy consumed per capita on different axes. The conclusion is that there are no rich countries that use low levels of energy. Obviously, energy needs to be clean, but it has to be abundant and cheap too. So rich countries use a lot of energy. Number 2, this leads to a mentality shift. We've talked about the energy transition for decades, and it's a very important transition, but it's a transition and expansion at the energy level. So the world would need much more energy and power. In our highly productive scenario and highly prosperous scenario, the world would need between 2 to 3 times more energy than at present. But this energy, as I said, has to be clean, and it will be electrified as well. So electricity is 20% of current power. We think that it will become 70 or 80%. So that means that we need 30 times more power or electricity, clean electricity. Is that possible? It is possible. There are countries that are currently building more than we would need to reach this. So China is building a lot of solar, wind and nuclear power at rates much higher than what we can see here. But France too is another example. In the 70s, when it decided to create nuclear power, it created 70 nuclear reactors. So the limit is not actually a physical one. What about minerals and materials? I always tell a story here, the story of copper. Over the last 100 years, we have extracted 8 billion tons of copper from the world as a human race. 8 billion tons of copper. And today we have reserves that have been identified and are profitable of 90 billion tons. So thanks to technology, we've found more minerals, more materials, and we can extract them in a much more profitable way and a more cleaner way over time. So when we do this exercise for each of the materials, we can see the ones that are here on the slide, but also things like nickel and lithium, and there's a whole list of them. And we can see that the pace at which they've been extracted and they've been found is higher than what we would need in the future, higher in the past than what we do in the future. So it's not a physical limitation. It would actually be possible to build this world. Innovation is what makes the world not be a zero-sum game. So for some to have improvements, others don't have to lose. So we can continue to advance, move forward, we can be more productive, and labour productivity increased by 2.2% annually since 1950, but there's much more there. We became much more efficient in energy. We spoke about copper, we spoke about materials and minerals, and sometimes regulation that is sometimes unseen, which is the farming revolution. In the 70s, they said we would all starve to death with the growth of the population, that it was impossible to feed them all. We'd have to think about how to reduce the population. But today we produce more food thanks to innovation and thanks to the technological revolution. And the problem in the world where there is still hunger is not a capacity to produce here. And finally, the climate, the limits of the planet. First of all, the data, the figures, show that it is possible today to grow whilst emissions fall. In the US and in the EU, for 2 decades now, have had growing economy, and CO2 values have been descending. And in fact, in China, emissions have grown much more slowly than the economy, and in 2025, for the first time, growth stalled. We still need to see where this is going, but we could, in fact, be at a tipping point in an economy such as China's. So there are many paths, climate paths for the future. One of those is net zero by 2050. This path, unfortunately, is highly improbable at present, not because that's my opinion, but because along the way, or the path that we're on in the world, is this a continuous momentum. So if we continue going the way we are, there'll be an increase of between 2.2 and 2.6 degrees by the end of the century, which is higher than the industrial level. So we're currently at 1.2 above the industrial level, so we're halfway down this path. So our argument here is the following. If we can achieve the main limit of these economies with decarbonisation, then we'd reach the limit of technology, which is the ability to be rich and to be able to invest in solar power, nuclear power, wind power for clean energy, which we need to finance. We can do that. We believe that we can achieve a world with an economy that is 8 times larger, and a world of around 2 degrees. Obviously, that still shows global warming, and it will obviously create climate issues, and climate change. But the path that we're on now is great, and we want to adapt the economy. So, whenever there are climate-related issues, it's important to have air conditioning and to have reserves and defence on the coast, etc.
In our hearts, and now Andres is going to talk a bit more about the implication for Latin America of what happened. I hope that Mark has convinced you that the world has a great future. As we said before, the world has grown 6 times. And if we don't do anything stupid, if we don't have a war that finishes with us, the possibilities of growing 6 times again are really big, if not more. That means for 2100 is going to have that estimate. The issue is the average talks about everything. That is the average of the world. But the reality, what they said, is that countries are going to grow over the 6 time, and some are going to go below. If they behave in those elements, everybody would be like Switzerland today. So what happens to Latin America? For many years, in meetings like this, or the World Development Bank, or United Nations, or the World Bank, we talked about Latin America and what was going to be the decade that wasn't going to be the last decade. We talked when we had the last decade in the 80s and 90s that we had a great potential that we didn't tap despite having the possibility. As time went by, as we get older, we come to these meetings, we stop listening about the last decade, and they said the last decades. Afterwards, in more private meetings, not this one, they talk about the last century. And now we don't talk. Not that last decade, not last century. And I will tell you why. I'm going to give you the glass half empty, and then I will fill it again. There is a notion that is called convergence. The Economist talks about convergence when a country, a developing country, converges into the developed world. That means it becomes a developed country. And we hope that the countries that go beyond have an adoption, a technology adoption that allows them to converge. Because others develop the technology of other people and not their own. And to have convergence, we have to grow faster than the rest of the planet. And this is the growth rate of the rest of the planet and ours. Unfortunately, if we take a period long enough, for example, 20 to 30 years, Latin America is growing below the world average. Even, unfortunately, we are growing under the average of developed countries. What means that if we don't grow faster, the one that goes first, we are never going to outrun them. There is no convergence that our children, our grandchildren, and the sons of their great-grandchildren are not going to see a convergence. That means if developed countries grow faster, how are we going to overrun them if we grow slower? The other emerging countries, former LATAM, they are growing almost 5%. But it states that the problem is not of the developed world versus the developing world, because the developed world is growing, and almost depending on the period, twice like the developed world, except Latin America and some countries of the sub-Saharan Africa. That is the problem. Why Latin America is growing so slow? In a relative world, because you say, okay, we have improved a lot of things. They talked about all the good things that have been done so far, and it's not enough because the world is demanding more. How can we take Latin America to a growth rate above than the average, and especially above that developed countries? And that is the great incognito of all these meetings. For decades, how do we grow faster and how do we grow healthier? To answer this question, we have to understand what is growth. When we talk about growth of the GDP, if or any PhD can scold me, I'm going to simplify. Talks about the growth of the added value. What is the added value? How much do I add to what I receive to work? The production factors. I have some hours from some workers, I have some capital, I have some land, I buy a machine, and this exercise of adding these factors gives me more than what I added. I created a value. I added a value. An economy, that is the added value of the economy, that is the added value of the sectors, that is the added value of the companies of the sector, that is value of the people that are working in the companies in that sector, and that is the GDP. That is the added value. When we talk about that I'm growing, is that I'm producing more. When I take this simple notion that what am I creating, what are you creating, what are you building, versus what are you consuming? So the secret lies on producing more. How do we create value in an economy? What is the added value of an economy? It's a function of how many people work in the economy, the amount of hours times a rare element, productivity. Time, productivity, that's added value. To do this as simple as possible, what is productivity? Productivity, I'm going to give a simple example. If I leave this place and I go to the farm and I'm going to move there and I use uh, my tools, I have a productivity man equivalent. That is my productivity. If instead of using these, I use a tractor, 50 hours man equivalent. Instead of using my arms, I use my brain through a machine that is called, now it's a horse, but I can do it with a tractor. 500 or almost 5,000 hours more. That is the productivity. So what did I do? I stopped using my arms and I used my brain. Why did I stop using my arms and now use my brain? Because as human beings, we know that through energy transformation, we can create a steam engine 250 years ago that is called tractor. Now I'm more efficient than if I use this. This is productivity. We can take it to any of the companies, to any of the sectors, and we're going to see which are the technologies that have allowed you be productive. That is the elemental value of value creation. When the world started growing at that value of twofold and sixfold, as time went by, when we saw how we could transform energy and use machines to transform energy, and from that moment onwards, Industrial Revolution 1, 2, 3, 4, and the fifth that is almost here, that is creating value, is using tools massively to help us in work. And as we are producing more per hour that we work, we have more left. We can have savings, we can pay better wages, allows the economy to grow and to redistribute more. And is the famous equation of productivity and growth. That's why you always listen to the people in Latin America productivity. What is happening with this? Is what is happening. The growth rate of Latin America, only 2.2%, is a low rate, and it's a low rate because there is no productivity. Because it turns out that if we see the absorption rate of the tractor is lower than 10% against the United States, 250 years after having invented the tractor. And we can go technology by technology. It's not going to do today, but as whenever you want, you can see the oil industry in the commerce, we can see logistics, we can see in construction, or we can talk on retail. In all our sectors, the mean productivity of Latin America is way below developed countries. If this is true, so how can we grow? As the growth equation are hours times productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, we grow per hours. There was a boom. It was a baby boom. At the same time, the United States or Europe, and many children were born. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, small cities of Latin America had an explosion. There was a demographic explosion coming from a migration, and after we met, we had more children, and families had 7, 8 children. And that demographic explosion gave lots of hours. But as we didn't plan properly, unfortunately, Latin America is not known for its planning. That migration didn't have enough capability to understand the implications of the urban world. We were 90% rural. And 2 or 3 generations later, these families are still in informality. That means they don't have access to a formal economy or to services. And as a result, they are unskilled, uneducated, cheap work. And our model is something where 80% of the growth comes from hours in the system. And only 10% comes from productivity. Lo and behold, Asians are 80% hours, 20% productivity. So what they did, they started using technology. They started working with the brain instead of the hands. We, for any reason that we don't have time, and I'll explain that later on, I will explain why politically and structurally society, we are a society of a cheap skill, cheap work. Almost 80% of our growth is cheap work. But even so, we have 2.2. Is it enough? No, it's not. But I'm going to empty the glass. Here comes the idea that the productivity is small to compare. We are 0.6. But I'm going to leave you concern, and I will take you out of the concern too. Why I'm going to leave you concerned? It turns out that if 80% of the growth comes from hours, that worked really well when we had lots of children. But that model is extinguished. It's not that it's going to be extinguished. It already extinguished. It is extinguished now. In 30 years, we went from having 6 children per family in Latin America to have 1.1. 1.1. And data are dreadful. You can take the birth rate from Mexico, from Brazil, from Colombia, Chile, Peru, except Central America and particularly the northern area. But the rest of Latin America are aging at an enormous speed. And what does it mean that we are aging in such a speed? When I came back to Colombia to work with McKinsey, there were 15 people that came to the work population per each retired person. Now we have 8.5, and in 20 years it's going to be 3. 3 people have to sustain what just 30 years ago 3 people had to bear what 15 had in the past. It's even worse. Because as technology allows us to live more, life expectancy, as Martha was saying, went up and is going to increase 10 more years when the demographic bonus ends. And those years we have used a lot more because we are old, so a lot more social security is consumed. So what I have to bear, the 3 have to take a lot more than the 15. This graph explains that drop in the demographic bonus. But this entails the drop of the growth in Latin America. In countries like Brazil, is going to move from contributing 0.4 to have minus 0.3 in the total growth per capita growth. That means a structural drop in the structural growth of Brazil of over 60%. This means that Latin America, if we don't do anything different and we let the global trends to affect us, has a structural growth rate between 1 and 1.5% in the long term. So, ladies and gents, this is like Condorito, like let's say plop. I hope that I have scared you enough. Okay? But if you want another test to be more scared, this has a tax implication. That is not only the society. With the problems of being older, now we have to put ramps into everything. But on top of that, we have a tax problem. Now we are spending 12% of GDP in Latin America in retirement and social security. For 2050, we are going to do the double of that. That is the percentage of the GDP. In proportion of what we gather, around 60% of everything that we gather in taxes is going to move to social security. So how are we going to have the rest of the expenses for the economy if everything is going to be social security? That is the Damocles sword in the long term that our dear presidents are not mentioning here. Why? Because we have to start saying, let's turn the page and start growing. Let's start working really together, because how can we leave this? As we know what creates value, or either we have more kids, if you want, be my guest, do so, or we bring migration, be my guest again, or we start doing what all the countries did, use the brain to tap technology and increase the investment rate. Nothing else we can do, because there is a correlation between growth and investment, among productivity and investment. Why? Because productivity is the use of machines. How do we get machines? Investing in technology. Is a direct correlation, linear correlation. How much investment do we have? And the problem in Latin America is that investment is really low, and we are capable, the only region in the world that is capable to have lower productivity than the investment. We invest zero point 0.7 and we destroy zero point 0.1 in total productivity of the factors. What is the solution then? We start talking about a glass half full. We have to accelerate massively the investment in Latin America. Massively, the investment in Latin America. How? How do we accelerate the investment rate? First, let's understand who invests and where. Who has invested in Latin America in the last 30 years? Or last 50? Nothing changes in the equation. 80% of the investment of Latin America is investment from the private sector, and only 15% is the public one. No wonder we are relatively poor economies where a lot more goes on the public expenses. Therefore, the function of the private sector is accelerate and intervene. If that is the case, I would dare to say that in the long term, in the next years, this is not going to change. We're not going to have someone with a gold mine who's going to ask us to change the equation. The private sector is the one that is going to change Latin America. But to do so, we need some investment conditions. We need the dividends to be reinvested instead of being distributed. And this requires that the conditions where this is operating are the best possible. This cannot be done if there is not an efficient public sector with an efficient regulation. What I'm trying to say is that there cannot be a divergence, not a single day, between the public and the private sector in Latin America. Because the public sector is not going, the private sector is not going to invest, and we won't be able to redistribute if there is not a way to do so. So we don't have a way to grow or how to attract the investment of Latin Americans that are outside the region. The saving, there is a small proportion outside the region of taking more risks with better conditions and attracting the investment from third parties as Asians did. And what we have is different opportunities. There's the mine that we explained the other day. This is the industries of the future. 70% of the investment is going to be in these companies, in these industries. 70% of the stock is going to be here. But it's going to go in a disproportion. Almost 80% of this investment is going to go to two countries, United States and China. That has been the case in the last years, and that's how we're going to be in the next 20 or 30. Glass half full. All these sectors, without exception practically, have a value chain where the first part of that value chain depends on the richest continent of the world, Latin America. Because they need energy, as we explained, they had to grow almost 30-fold the electric energy. But to create this energy, both fossil and electric, resources are in Latin America. to create semiconductors and the capabilities of all the technologies behind these sectors. We need nickel, copper, gold, lithium, and everything that you want. And the continent that has them in Los Andes, that is Latin America. I hope if are not to come into problems to explain this, why the geopolitical situation that we are suffering currently. This is the reason. Now we can make a call. Either we turn the eye, we leave the place and nothing happens, or we're just saying, how do we invest into these chains and how we create added value on the resources that we have, and how we start negotiating a little bit better in the conversation with other parts of the world, and how do we work better with the public and the private sector, and how to generate a trade area that allows us to negotiate as a bloc with 685 million inhabitants. Or we continue with the rhetoric. The opportunity is here. Can we improve? Absolutely. We have to reduce informality, and soon. We have to ensure that we are focused on skills and that our labor force increases the development of AI. We have to accelerate our rate from 19% to above 30%. And all the countries that have grown and have left the poverty have done that. Why don't we? Why can't we? We have to increase our investment almost threefold. Energy, we talked about that. We have to finish the habitational delay that is an embarrassment of 30% in the region, to reduce to 5% that is an average country of the OECD. We have to create a common trade area and to move to 50% that is the average of the free trade areas of different parts of the world. And we have to bring the money and generate it. We have to create these. And how do we do this? Financial markets have to be developed, not only in the credits. We have to be able to develop the entirety of the financial market so that our companies have the capability of getting into debt. What is that? Believe in the future. When a company is indebted and pays, and we pay, we're believing in the future and we are investing. We're growing through a debt because we trust the future. Those markets are hyper developed in other parts of the world, and in Latin America that's not the case. From this equation, what is that we don't know how to do? No part of these. If someone knows, is CAF, or BID, or BNDC, or Central American Development Bank. What are we missing then? I don't know. Will? Some wish, will, aspiration, or to wake up in the morning and say, let's do it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So in this way, we have come to the end after 2 really enriching days in this CAF meeting. We want to thank the knowledge partner of the forum, World in Progress, to the organizations that are supporting this meeting, Cox, Adam Smith Center for the University of Florida, and COPA, as well as our media partners, Prisa, El País, CNN, La Prensa, Estrella de Panamá, Mercado, El Tiempo, El Universo, El Mercurio, El Comercio, ABC, Radio Panamá, EBTV Global, Milenio, The Guardian, The Nation, Listín Diario, RCN, El Deber, Echo, Diario El Salvador, O Globo, and TVN. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. God hope next year we will be seeing again. Thank you.